Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 10 o'clock, so let's start this meeting of the Housing Transport Committee. I would like to begin by welcoming those members of the public and press who have joined us today for this meeting of the H&T Committee. The County Council allows filming and photography at its public meetings, so please feel free to take pictures and post to social media during the meeting. Can I ask, though, that everybody present turns their mobile phones to silent or vibrate while the meeting takes place. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed. And a recording of the meeting will be available to view on the County Council's website. There is no fire alarm scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, please leave the building by the nearest marked fire exit and assemble at the rear of the building by the lunch area. Item number 1 on the agenda is apologies for absence and declarations of interest. Would the Democratic Services Manager please report any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Lorna Dupre and Councillor Neil Goff is substituting for her. Councillor Anna Hay, Mark Howell is substituting for her, but hasn't arrived yet, and Councillor Ryan Fuller and Councillor Steve Corney is substituting for him.
Thank you very much. Does any member wish to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests or non-statutory disclosable interests? Councillor Goff.
Yeah, I would just like to make 2 declarations. One with respect to item 4. Which was that in November 2021, when this committee asked the Greater Cambridge Partnership to undertake the review on the consultation, I was a member of the executive board of the GCP. And the second declaration with respect to item number 8, where I was as a member of the South Cambs District Council cabinet involved in various discussions about progressing civil parking enforcement in South Cambridgeshire.
Thank you, Councillor Goff. Anyone else? Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. So similarly to Councillor Goff, I also participate in discussions on civil parking enforcement in South Cambs as I'm a double hatter and a cabinet member and responsible for infrastructure there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mills.
At risk of sounding like a stuck record, I'm a member of South Cambs Cabinet and was heavily involved in CPE discussions during their progression, but I don't think there's any conflict at all in that, as it's an agreed subject. I'm also a substitute member of the GCP.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yes, Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this relates to a number of items. It's a non-pecuniary interest as a member of the Local Access Forum.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Any others? Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a member of Fenland Cabinet and the portfolio for civil parking enforcement, but we're not discussing March today.
Thank you. Any others? No, I just wish to draw members' attention to my declaration of interest as well, that I live on Coldhams Lane. So when it comes to item 4, that might be relevant. Right. Anybody else? No. Okay. In that case, then, let's move on. So item 2 on the agenda, we're being asked to approve the minutes of the Highways and Transport Committee meeting on the 6th of December 2022 as an accurate record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hands now? No. We're being asked to note the updated action log. Members, you have in front of you a further updated action log, a copy of which has been placed on the website. Can I ask any members if they have any questions on its content to raise their hands now? No. Brilliant. Okay. Item 3 is petitions and public questions. We've received many requests to speak, and I propose that we take them under the relevant agenda items. The first substantive item on today's agenda is relating to Mill Road, which I know is why you're all here today. There is significant public interest with this, with many people registered to speak. Before we get to the public speakers, though, I'd like to invite members to speak. Before I invite members of the public to address the committee, please can I ask David Allett, who's the Assistant Director of Highways, to introduce the report. Over to you, David.
Thanks, Chair. This paper seeks a decision on the introduction of a traffic regulation order following a statutory publication. Members considered the comprehensive GCP consultation last summer and voted to progress the publication of the TRO for a modal filter on Mill Road Bridge with exemptions for disabled and taxis. TRO was published on 28th of November with a 5-week notice period. The statutory requirement is for 3 weeks. That period ended on the 6th of January. 2.4 of the report sets out the responses and the objections received. Those objections are summarised in Appendix A. The objectives received do align with matters previously identified and considered through the GCP consultation, which informed the July decision. Should members approve, as per 2.6 of the report, the modal filter would be introduced in the summer. Registration for exemptions would open from the 8th of March. So the committee is asked to consider those objections, and the recommendation is to approve the proposed modal filter.
Thank you, Mr. Allott. Now, I'm sure you're all aware here that we have got a number of public questions and that this is a matter which has received significant interest. I know all of us have received many emails from many sides of this conversation, and I know that it invokes a lot of passion. I will ask today that everyone please stays civil, stays to the 3 minutes when you're asking questions. I will be enforcing that. And please, can we make sure that we have no heckling or anything else like that? If we do, I will have to close this meeting to the public. So please, everybody stay civil. There are many different sides to this. Let's make sure everybody is heard. Now, let's start with the public questions. To start with, I have Shapur Metaf. Oh, sorry, apologies if I butchered your name there, Shapur. Please come forwards, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody, and it's nice to be here again, second time. And I'm very surprised that none of you are a member of Camp Cycle, because you're going to promote active traveling and all that, and none of you are a member of Mill Road for People. There are people of sitting there should be member of Mill Road for People. That's what you are trying to achieve. And the craziest thing is why none of you is a member of Camp Cycle, because you are promoting cycling, active traveling, all that. Anyway, let's pause that, because it was a bit surprised to me. All of you are a member of GCP or the highway, whatever. But this is the most important thing. The argument I've got for this thing is we got a consultation done, the result is out, and we got a majority against it. But nobody's paying attention to it. And the other most important is we are dispersing the traffic to the side roads. There is no data on that. There is nothing on the Coleridge Road, Cordham's Lane, or anything else. And if you don't have those data, what's the point of making one road, according to other associations, a better road to live, and make other roads as a miserable place for people to live? They are talking about the distance between from the front door to the road is 1 meter. This is happening everywhere. There are lots of places that is a distance from the main door to the main road. And they come up with so many arguments, which it doesn't even make sense. Yes, we want a better life, we want a better environment, we want better things, but we can't pass the buck to some other roads. We have to make sure it's going to be fair for everybody. I want to mention them because it's the last opportunity we have. Camp Cycle, 1,500 members, over 1,500 members. Mill Road for People, 700 members, over 700. They are telling us over, I don't know, Romsey and Petersfield, there are 19,000 people, 2,000 something people telling us what to do, how to run our life and what to do. Mill Road Bridge is very important to our people. A bridge was designed to link A to B in any means. Now we are trying to close that link, saying, look, it only is going to be for the buses and everything else. And hopefully, what I'm just saying is, if you want to do a job, do a proper job, not just go with the not correct data. There hasn't been any accident. If they said there's accident, please prove it. I've seen on the camps, on the Mill Road for People, there were lots of narrow misses, which is happening everywhere. And they're saying, oh, there were lots of accidents. I'm watching the lights, so don't worry. I know what's happening. So, yes. Okay, I'm just saying, please do your best. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in case those public speakers haven't noticed, there is a red, amber and green light to tell you when your 3 minutes are up. And also to be able to work the sound system, there's a little button that you push to speak. To members of the public as well, I will allow some light applause, but please let's not have the cheering or jeering on either side of it. I don't think that is good debate. So let me welcome next, we've got Abdul Aryan, please.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to be given the opportunity to address you. I have a number of concerns. The first concern is that when we initially started off on this consultation, there was a meeting between Councillor Shaler, Zinke, who's the chair of the GCP, and there was an understanding in the presence of councillors that there would be some face-to-face consultations to understand the dynamic of the residents of Mill Road and the off streets. Also to understand why people travel up and down Mill Road rather than go through another route. This morning, I chose to come by car, like most of you. And the reason why is it's impossible to get here in any other way. But leaving my home and coming through East Road to Mill Road, before I came here, East Road was full of traffic. Mill Road was empty. Now, these consultations that we talked about were 5-hour workshops, which none of us really, if we work for ourselves, have time to participate in. Moreover, someone like myself asked for the opportunity to be able to speak on there, but was not given that. Other consultations have taken place. In fact, Mill Road Traders Association had a petition which had 3,925 digital petitions fully supported from change.org, and 3 petitions joined together, not duplicated, also so therefore approved by Change that there was no duplications. And then there were 839 handwritten, so altogether 4,763. 68% of them were from the CB1 area. Now, today we have a consultation, less than half a year on, and there's only 1,974, but no mentions made in any of the reports about the consultation. The other thing which really concerns me is that there are many people in Mill Road and in Cambridge who are not English speakers as their first language. People like myself. I found that consultation and the petition trying. Imagine those who cannot speak or cannot read. There was no opportunity offered to them, and there is a statutory duty to make sure that people who are from ethnic origins are able to understand and interact with the protest or the proposal. There are many issues. I know the light's shining. A lot of negative things are happening.
Thank you, Mr. Aryan.
Yeah, thank you. Costs going up.
Thank you. Next up, I have Mr. Piero Di Angelico. Piero. Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm very sad to hear that. Next, after that, we have Mr. Andy Kennedy.
Good morning. Thanks so much for allowing me to talk to you this morning. I'm here representing Mill Road for People. We have 750 supporters who are residents and some business owners who live or work around Mill Road in Cambridge. I'd also like to thank the committee for their work in getting the Mill Road scheme to the point you've got it to today. I know it's taken a lot of work from officers and councillors to do that. So I want to cover a couple of things really. One is, where are we at on public opinion on Mill Road? And secondly, why should you consider seriously voting for this TRO and rejecting the amendment? So public opinion, we've heard from other speakers about the GCP consultation. From our perspective, it seemed well advertised. It seemed that it facilitated a number of different avenues for responding online, in person. And that consultation, which got about 2,000 responses, showed an overwhelming majority of people were in favour of restricting traffic on the bridge, 72% in fact. And political and our organisations canvassing in both of the wards that abut Mill Road, that is Romsey and Petersfield, shows similar numbers when we door knock in those places. So why should you approve this TRO, which restricts private vehicles? You've already heard it reflects concerns around taxi and disabled access. Half to a third of car journeys in this country tend to be less than 2 miles in length. And I think we all understand why it's a really good idea if that could be discouraged in favour of active travel for children, for adults of all ages, for work, for school, for shopping, for leisure. Won't people just drive around and go onto other roads? We've heard that argument this morning. We also heard somebody say that there's no data. Actually, there is data. The Mill Road Bridge was closed in 2019 in the summer. This is pre-COVID, and data there showed that there was no lasting impact on roads like Coldham's Lane, Cherry Hinton Road as an initial downside. You know, we've asked people for counter information if they have any, but we've not received any. So we want to make Mill Road a place to visit, not to drive through. We think this is what this facilitates. It's already a place people come to shop, but it needs to be a destination. We have 25,000 people living 15-minute walk of Mill Road, which is our local high street. That's about the same population as St Neots. And like many other high street active travel schemes, Stoke-on-Trent, London, Coventry, Cheltenham, we would expect to see a rise in footfall, not a decrease. So,
thank you very much. Can I remind members of the public as well, please, to listen to the speakers? We all owe each other the respect of actually listening to each other. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. John Coyle. Thank you. Mr. Coyle, you've turned your microphone off. That's right. Press the button again. There you go. Thank you.
In order to close a highway to general traffic, the Highway Authority needs to provide sound reasons and data. GCP, a private quango set up by the County Council and City Council, has one aim, and that is to continue the County Council's deliberate and willful sabotage of the public highways in the City of Cambridge to generate congestion. 4 main reasons from this disgraceful consultation, of which I've got freedom of information responses. 1, congestion. Council do not carry out traffic counts. 2, pollution. They don't monitor the air. I've lived on Mill Road for over 40 years. I walk the road regularly. Very few vehicles use it apart from in peak times, rarely congestion, and the air quality in the city has never been so clean. Number 3, the bus is delayed. They haven't even spoken to the bus companies. Number 4, lovely question. Do pedestrians feel intimidated by cars? Accident statistics, pedestrians to cars in the last 5 years, 0. As the majority of you present represent fairly the whole of the county, I should think that very few of you actually visit Cambridge. On the southern side of the city, Mill Road is only one of 3 connecting roads to our single distributor road in the south with the inner city. It is a primary diversion route that the County Council use when Mill Road is blocked, as it recently has, as the other roads have been blocked. All the side roads in Mill Road have been closed, except for 1 2-metre wide gate in Cromwell Road for anyone who wants to travel east. Tennyson Road to take you to the station, or Colbridge Road to take you to Cherry Hinton Road. There's over 120 businesses in Mill Road that require daily deliveries, which many are on large commercial vehicles. Closure of the bridge will not only endanger pedestrians, but all highway users. Has this scheme had a safety audit? I do not have time to outline the cost implications, both in time and money, to the businesses along here or the residents. Mac Maguire has been stated in the press that this is a done deal. Is this not a democratic council where fair and honest minded councillors consider the facts and make their own informed decisions? Finally, you've rejected this proposal twice through lack of information. Have they supplied additions? If they have not, then this proposal must be rejected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. Next, we have Martin Lucas Smith.
Thanks. Can you reset the time? Yeah. Thank you, councillors. I live near Mill Road. I have done for over 20 years. And I think it's fair to say that there's few here that actually use the shops on a daily basis and spend a quarter of their income like I do. 25 years ago, a modal filter was created on Bridge Street by Conservatives. Similar concerns were raised then about shops and traffic displacement, but none of these fears came true. It's now a thriving area. International evidence shows that traffic puts people off shopping. During the experimental restriction, 7 new businesses actually opened, and pandemic trade changed only in line with the city centre. 2 consultations have now both shown support for a better traffic balance. The TRO stage has not seen any new issues arising. The consultation result must stand. It considered the issues in the round, not a yes/no question. It was widely publicised, and I brought a few of the things that were at the time. So there were leaflets and ward newsletters, workshops, political leaflets, posters all over the place. There was posters in shops, newspaper articles, a presentation by all people to the councillors, you name it, on and on. Endless online debate, radio coverage. In July, you called this a very comprehensive consultation. Councillor Fuller said they've done a very, very good job with this consultation. Councillor Bird was really pleased how well the consultation went. What matters though most is policy. National Conservative policy, indeed future DfT funding backs this. The local plan makes clear that Mill Road should have placemaking over vehicle movement. It matches the Mayor's transport strategy, and the coalition agreement of the council is totally clear on sustainable transport. Mill Road is high in the collision cluster sites list. Each of these is someone potentially with a new disability. Mill Road is currently very disabled unfriendly. Broken pavements and pavement parking, poor air quality, few crossings, pavements littered with obstructions. Well done to Councillor Bird for trying to fix this. On fears about traffic displacement, modelling is not needed. The experimental period already showed no sustained increase in Coldham's Lane. That's because when you make buses faster and cycling and walking safer, people change how they travel. Some people are misleadingly linking Mill Road to the GCP STZ. I myself actually have some significant scepticism on the STZ myself. But you know that Mill Road came here long before that proposal even emerged. Local councillors all support the change. Conservatives who cannot support it should abstain, reflecting the long-standing convention of not blocking locally supported schemes by which councillors agree with. And the clear view of the community has been shown through 2 large consultations and a decisive election result. The scheme brings a sensible balance, compromise, and enables the streets to improve and thrive like many other areas.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas Smith. Next, we have a question from Will Nichols, who I don't believe is able to join us today, and the Democratic Services Manager is going to read his question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a driver who lives in Palmere but works in Cambridge. I drive in each day or take the train. I was actually born on Mill Road itself at the old maternity hospital that is Ditchfield Place, and have always taken an interest in Mill Road, having worked nearby for the past few years. I want to provide a personal anecdote to demonstrate how policy decisions from local authority can change behaviour, as they did in my case. When the bridge was closed to through traffic last year, I used to, admittedly rather lazily, drive my car along Mill Road most days to reach my gym, Nuffield Health and Fitness. It meant that I could get a gym session or swim during my lunch break before getting back to work in the afternoon. Mill Road Bridge being open to through traffic gave me the most direct route and gave me no incentive to switch to walking or cycling. I remember several times when driving to Cambridge, wanting to go to one of those local shops, which generally have far more interest range than generic supermarkets. However, parking was virtually impossible with Gwyder Street car park usually full, and it was usually easier and more practical to go to one of the nearby supermarkets. Often arguments are made by those who oppose road closures that they displace traffic, but ultimately they create the conditions to encourage modal shift and reassess our behaviours, as I did in this instance, by changing from driving to walking. It enabled me for the first time to become able to stop and spend money in businesses on Mill Road, frequently buying lunch and visiting shops that would have been difficult to do in my car. The reduction in through traffic, virtually none of which is stopping to use many businesses, restaurants and shops on Mill Road, made Mill Road a much more pleasant environment to spend time, safer, less congestion, less pollution, and an opportunity to completely rethink the streets, focusing on people rather than cars. I've continued to walk rather than drive because I've continued the habit, albeit a much less attractive environment now the heavy through traffic is back. Several shopping streets in Cambridge have reduced through traffic over the last few decades in Cambridge: Fitzroy Street, Burley Street, Trinity Street, Sydney Street, and Bridge Street. I'm not aware of any where business and residents are calling for the return of through traffic. The evidence shows that far from negatively impacting on businesses, such as create a much more attractive environment for people and businesses, and they flourish as a result. The restriction of Mill Road Bridge would still enable vehicles to access Mill Road, but would remove through traffic from what is a relatively narrow and certainly should not suited function as major arterial road in the way, let's say, Newmarket Road or Hills Road are. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. I believe this is a once in a generational opportunity to reimagine how fantastic Mill Road could be, putting businesses, residents and people first. I hope you pass this motion today.
Thank you, Dan. Next up on my list, I have Melanie Telford. Thank you very much, Melanie. Yes, if you press the button and then the lights in front of you take your time left.
I'm a resident of Cambridge. I live in Victoria Road, which is a pretty, can be pretty dire at times. Residents are currently overloaded with disjointed consultations, which focus piecemeal on areas of the city. These do not appear to take full account of the negative effects of cutting routes and isolating places which are or were inextricably linked. This Mill Road proposal, as with many of the closures taking place citywide, focuses on improving a small area of the city without fully identifying where there are substantial benefits to certain geographical areas and users at the expense of others. We all presumably want a green city with travel options that benefit everyone fairly and where everyone shares the costs fairly. For this to be accepted by the public at large, it is essential that the research and rationale behind the proposals, and in particular the trade-offs that inevitably have to be made, are clearly communicated so that the public is able to verify that their interests have not been sacrificed whilst others benefit. The GCP document itself states, the recommendation is that residents, businesses and deliveries could still access Mill Road by using alternative routes. The alternative routes are not all explicitly named and explored. Where's the proper data? The impact on the businesses and residents on those routes is not explained. It appears that very little, if any, studies or consultations have been conducted to address the possible and probable consequences on these routes of increased traffic and congestion, air quality, extended travel distances and times, residents, businesses and traffic parking, etc., etc. Neither is there any rationale to justify why those who live along alternative routes are expected to suffer, whilst those in the blocked off routes benefit. GCP states that there's likely to be an increase in traffic on Mill Road as other roads become restricted. Equally, restrictions on Mill Road will likely increase traffic on alternative routes and locations. The GCP document also indicates current proposals were considered as a short to medium-term quick win, but longer-term plans could be put in place. To put forward the possibility of future changes in such vague terms is bound to increase the fear of more future disruption, increase cost, and have negative impact. If elements are liable to change, they should be explicitly stated and communicated with supporting rationale and research. To make a decision to approve this proposal without addressing these omissions and issues, I believe, represent a serious flaw in the process and will lead to a general mistrust of this body.
Thank you, Ms. Telford.
Thank you. Next, we have Karina Dighton, who, again, the Democratic Services Manager is to read.
Thank you, Chair. So the following is from Karina Dayton. Disabled does not equal blue badge holder. I am the mother of a 13-year-old boy who receives disability living allowance from the government. We receive high rate care but low rate mobility, so do not qualify under the blue badge rules. My child has several disabilities, including dyspraxia, motor coordination difficulties, muscle imbalances, tight and hypermobile, ADHD, severe anxiety and other mental health conditions, bowel and bladder issues, and we are awaiting the final assessment for autism, all documented by healthcare professionals. My child cannot ride a bike, cannot walk far without being in pain, and cannot use buses. We live in Coleridge and use Mill Road Bridge to access the city for various reasons, including therapy sessions, medical and dental appointments, and disability swimming clubs held at Parkside. If you close the bridge, then our access will be severely restricted to said therapies and activities and appointments. The traffic and time taken on Hills Road will prohibit us from using this route. We tried before and it was over an hour long. By denying access to a road for all those who are recognised as disabled by central government, you are guilty of disability discrimination. Any other team can access Parkside Pool from Mill Road by any of the active travel methods you are promoting as an alternative, but yet you are denying the same access to any person who, via the very nature of their disability, cannot use said methods. Parkside is the one pool in Cambridge that offers disability swimming lessons for teenagers and adults alike. I'd also like to point out that at no point was I aware of this consultation and that local charities for the disabled were not consulted to make members aware. For example, Pinpoint Cambridgeshire is a local parent career forum, carer forum, I think, and Hub for Information partnered with all the local Cambridgeshire councils, City, East, South and Hunts, etc. Yet again, another example of how those with disabilities were and continue to be ignored.
Thank you, Dan. Next, I have Roxanne DeBow from CamCycle.
Good morning. I'm here today representing Cambridge Cycling Campaign. CamCycle works for more, better and safer cycling for all ages and abilities in the Cambridgeshire region. And today I represent nearly 1,700 members. In 2021's Gear Change, 1 year on report, the then Conservative Prime Minister Boris Johnson urged councils to stick it out with controversial active travel schemes, stating that there was increasing evidence that they do not displace traffic and that they do lead to more active travel. He wrote, "I support councils of all parties which are trying to promote cycling and bus use." In the same year, Labour Mayor Nick Johnson pledged his support for restrictions of motor traffic on Mill Road, saying they would deliver the improvements in air quality and lifestyle, which are so important to my ambition to place public health at the heart of all policy. The leader of the Cambridge Lib Dems has said the only way out of Cambridge's congestion problem is for people to use their cars less and use public transport or bikes more. And the Cambridge Green Party has said that they want Mill Road to become a better place to spend time for residents, traders, and visitors alike. CamCycle is pleased that there is cross-party support for positive change on the street, which backs up the findings of the recent comprehensive consultation in which 77% opposed doing nothing and 77% wanted to see medium and long-term traffic improvements. Following resounding praise from this committee for the quality of the consultation, this committee unanimously agreed to proceed to a new TRO. Officers have carried out a huge amount of detailed work responding to community feedback, and we thank them for their time and efforts. Thanks to all the members, including Councillor Bird, who have been involved in the development of the scheme and the design of the exemptions. We believe, as there are no new objections which would warrant a public inquiry, that the statutory aspects of this project have been carried out satisfactorily and everything is in place to proceed with an updated scheme, amended in line with the considerable amount of public feedback. We ask this committee to give formal approval to the Mill Road modal filter as advertised and commit to the next steps, including development of improvements to the bridge layout and streetscape. This scheme will bring many benefits to local people in terms of cleaner air, safer streets, better health, and a thriving community, and it forms a sensible compromise to the concerns raised. It's time to take action now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bow. Next, I have a contribution from Sarah Lightowl, who again, Dan has to read.
Thank you, Chair. With traffic restriction being introduced on Mill Road Bridge, will Cambridgeshire now be eligible for the tranche 3 funding from central government to improve walking and cycling infrastructure that was denied previously?
Thank you, Dan. My next contribution question comes from William Bannell. William, over to you.
I haven't got a verbatim copy of the actual question which I submitted, but I've got this summary which you've all got a copy of, I think. I decided to just zero in on the data aspect and the factual errors which are in the document agenda pack, because there's been a lot of words from the people behind me about how great this consultation was and how much wide support there is for this, but they can't actually show that with evidence. They're just saying it. And I only spent 1 hour looking at the agenda pack, and I circled for you here a very, very basic error. They say the GCP consultation showed both local and wider community supported the scheme. But that can't be true because they only had 1,986 respondents to the consultation that they are claiming shows widespread community support. Since the consultation was closed, there has been a lot of expression of opposition through petitions, marches, informal channels. Anecdotally, you know that a lot of people are against it. One of the guys behind me just mentioned there's like 15,000 residents in that area. Yeah, but you've only got 1,986 responses out of 15,000, right? And so they say 70% of that equals widespread support. It doesn't. So just from a impartial perspective, just looking at it just purely on the facts, you're being asked to vote on something with false data. I'm afraid that this thing is actually trying to be rushed through. Right, you are being asked to wave something through without properly analyzing it, right? And it's so important. You're going to be making a massive impact on human beings' lives, right? And you're not actually doing the proper homework. So just on that basis alone, I have to ask, can we, or can the members here acknowledge that you are being asked to vote on something based on false information and actually adjust your decision-making accordingly? All right, so what you're being told isn't necessarily true. And I just think that it's such a big deal that it requires more time. You know, you don't have to just vote this thing through right now. you could just abstain and then give it a little bit more time to actually examine the claims that these guys are putting to you. Like international research shows, what international research has showed it? Where is it? You've never presented it.
Bridge Street.
There's lots of it. That isn't scientifically valid. You can't just say things without backing it up by evidence when you're going to be impacting people's lives. Sorry. I should just say while I've got a little bit of time left. No.
Thank you, Mr. Pennell. Next up, we have a question from Bev Nicholson, who again, the Democratic Services Manager, is to read.
Thank you, Chair. So we know how little space there is for road users at busy times. We know how easy it is for the road to become gridlocked when one vehicle is badly positioned. And these are just vehicles passing through. They aren't stopping to buy anything. Making this a no-through road, not closing it, will have a significant positive impact for everyone. Can I seek assurance from the committee that they will commit to progressing delivery of the modal filter and ensuring work is done alongside the community to improve the streetscape?
Thank you very much, Dan. And I believe the next one is to you as well, from Chris Howell. Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay, following that on, we have David McHardy. David in the room? No. Do we have that one to read, Dan? Or... Okay, no problem. I will come back to both of those. Richard Wood. Do we have Richard Wood? No. Okay, we're not doing very well there. Catherine Amar. Huh? Brilliant. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, so this is from Mr. Chris Howe. I'm a former Conservative City Councillor and regular visitor to Mill Road and strongly support the proposed TRO. Public decision-making has seen a polarisation of opinion towards extremes, with pressure for individuals and elected politicians to occupy one end of those extremes, and all that comes with that. No area has seen this more in recent time than attempts to balance the need of people to get around, often necessarily by car, and the benefits to local communities and individuals of less traffic, safer, less polluted streets, and healthier active lifestyles, as issues such as congestion charging, low emission zones, 15-minute cities, and low traffic neighbourhoods all get lumped together as one package to support or oppose. It is the duty of elected members not just to migrate towards one end of a polarised debate and act accordingly without thought, but to consider carefully the merits of each individual proposal. For example, I personally think the GCP congestion charging proposals are poorly thought out, and the carrot of better buses falls far short of what is required to mitigate a charge that would cause real problems for people across the county. But to take a different view on the proposed Mill Road permanent TRO, a popular local scheme. It is clear the first temporary TRO did not get it right. The new proposals are much better, consultation comprehensive, and its conclusions of support clear. The exemptions will solve most, if not all, the problems. The opposition from some of the Mill Road traders is understandable and genuine but misplaced. Other schemes elsewhere, including Cambridge's own core scheme on Bridge Street, show the long-term benefits that await everyone living, working, or using Mill Road if this TRO is approved. So to any members planning not to support this TRO, I ask, if not now, when? With strong evidence of support from the public in the consultation and recent elections in the local area, thought was a referendum on the issue by one party opposing the TRO, the only possible reason to reject this TRO would be to signal, perhaps from divisions far outside the impacted area, your position at one polar extreme against all sustainable transport and healthier streets. The vast majority of public take a much more nuanced approach on these issues and ultimately won't be impressed by that. And is it Catherine next?
It was David McHardy and Richard Wood, I believe.
They don't appear to have turned up.
Okay, Catherine Amman.
And so this is from Catherine Amman. The gate on Mill Road Bridge during the pandemic made cycling and walking on this vital artery safer, quieter, and far more appealing. Please can the committee reassure me they will continue to prioritise safety and health on Mill Road?
Thank you. I believe the next on our list is Simon Nuttall. Simon, over to you.
Well, thank you. Despite the forecast of sleet and icy conditions, I've cycled here today from Mill Road. On the busway to St Ives, thank you, and through Huntingdon. Mill Road was fine at 7 a.m. this morning, but normally it's one of the most hostile sections. In my 30 years living in Cambridge, the motor traffic in Mill Road has grown in volume, size of vehicles, and the impatience shown to other road users. In recent years, I've had 3 incidents on Mill Road in which vans and cars have been driven into the back of my bike, one on the bridge itself. My wife often reports to me incidents of close overtaking as she rides her bike over the bridge. I know experienced long-distance cyclists who actively avoid riding along Mill Road. The lobby group in favour of keeping the road open to motor traffic have themselves used an image which portrays an SUV as the only safe way over the bridge. What clearer evidence is needed of the urgency to reintroduce the modal filter to remove these dangerous road conditions? Can the committee assure me that they will continue to prioritise safer streets and give final approval for the updated bus gate scheme?
Thank you very much, Mr. Nuttall. Next, we have Jennifer Williams, which I believe Democratic Services again to read.
Thank you, Chair. So this is from Jennifer Williams. I'm a local Petersfield resident with a small toddler. We cross the bridge on foot every day to access childcare and for shopping. While the bus gate was in effect, this was a safe and pleasant trip with traffic easy to navigate. Can the committee reassure me that the needs of our smallest residents will be prioritised by bringing back the bus gate and ensuring young people's road safety, lung health and ability to enjoy the place they live in?
Thank you. Then we have Francesca Raffili, I believe.
That's me again. As a local resident, Brampton Road, I'm writing to express my enthusiasm for a renewed closure of the Mill Road Bridge to the majority of traffic. I have young children with chronic illness, which I have no doubt has been fueled by living with poor air quality most of my life. When the bridge was closed, it had huge benefits, enabling active travel to the school and a closer sense of community, including more activity around local shops. It is no joke negotiating the Mill Road with a pram and a child on a scooter when it's clogged with cars parked up and defensive bicycles on the pavements. I also live very close to Coldham's Lane, and contrary to the views expressed by some, if my fellow residents feel any reduction in car traffic around the city centre is progress towards clean, livable cities our children deserve. The only question is, how soon can you bring in a closure?
Thank you, Dan. Next, we have Hannah Stanley-Jones. Is Hannah in the room? Okay, over to you, Dan.
The question I've received from Hannah Stanley-Jones is as follows. The trial period for the Mill Road bridge traffic restrictions saw the neighbourhood transformed. It was safer for pedestrians, cyclists, and especially for young families. Can the committee provide reassurance from that the proposals be reinstated in the coming months?
Thank you, Dan. I believe we only have councillors left. We missed out there David McHardy and Richard Wood. Are either of those in the room now? No. And Dan, do you have those available to read? Okay. In that case, then let's move on to Councillor Katie Thornborough. Katie here? No. Okay. Oh, she's by Zoom. Brilliant.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Over to you, Katie.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to address this committee. I bring the views of residents who have contacted me to support the proposed changes to traffic over the bridge, including the exemptions. As a ward councillor, I have heard real concerns about the congestion, pollution, and negative impact to those walking along or over the road, particularly parents of children going to local schools. I've also heard from residents who ask that if the proposals are agreed, that other opportunities to the local streets and communities be improved, but with real consultation with the residents who live there. I've also heard very legitimate concerns from the proposals from small and medium-sized businesses along the road. These concerns are not from right-wing or climate deniers, and we must also listen to their concerns. But the concerns about the shops are reflected in local shops across the country. And the world we live in now is very changed from 4 to 5 years ago. Retail and how we shop has changed and continues to change. And I would like to ask that we all work to consider a new strategy to support local retail going forward. This keeping the shops thriving is really important to the whole community of Mill Road. So I'd just like to repeat that the residents who've contacted me are in support of the proposals along with the exemptions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Next, I have Councillor Mairead Healy. She on Zoom. Brilliant. Thank you. Over to you, Mairead.
Hello, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Councillor Mairead Healy and I represent Romsey Ward, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Romsey councillors, Romsey Labour, and of course my residents. So first of all, as so many others have said, it's abundantly clear that the vast majority of our local residents are all supportive of this TRO being implemented. Despite a noisy but minority group protesting against them, most of our residents have said they want it back, with over 2/3 in favour. But I also hope that the closing of this road is just the start of that process. There's so much more to do to the streetscape to ensure that our Mill Road is vibrant and a safe and welcoming place to be. That includes addressing the almost constant stream of illegal parking at the bottom of the bridge. Secondly, while this proposed scheme is seeking to allow taxis on the road, I still have strong concerns in relation to these taxis. In particular, the way they disregard cyclists, driving dangerously and cutting them out. I've even taken a couple of taxis myself where I didn't tell the driver that I was a councillor. And the way that they spoke about cyclists, saying that they should be off the roads and the abuse is actually really unacceptable. So there needs to be a change in mindset about the way these drivers are sharing the space and the roads with our cyclists. And if there aren't any improvements in the future, I think it should be reviewed in the future whether those taxis should be allowed as one of the exemption groups. Thirdly, I want to thank my colleague, Councillor Jerry Bird, for campaigning so hard for the blue badge holders. Councillor Bird took a lot of abuse last time round, and it takes courage to stand your ground. So I wanted to say well done to her. Finally, I want to thank some local campaigning groups, including Mill Road for People and Cam Cycle, for the evidence-based and person-centred approach they brought to this whole debate. It's local groups like this which add so much to these public policy decisions by local councillors. So I very much hope that today will be a momentous decision for our local community and for our young people going forward, and this decision will be approved and we can return Mill Road to the safe and community-centred environment that we previously had when the road was closed to traffic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Can I remind members of the public, please, let's listen to everyone. There are different opinions and I know it, but we owe it to each other to all listen and be respectful, please. Next, we have Councillor Richard Howat.
Good morning to fellow members. When I spoke at this committee on the 27th of July 2021, it was after the proposal for an experimental bus gate on Mill Road Bridge had been introduced at the last minute. The subsequent public consultation was flawed and had to be abandoned. I also appealed for a more inclusive and less divisive public debate from all involved. Today, I am pleased to say we have seen a much better and more consensual public consultation. I particularly thank the GCP for the workshops which were held and for switching the debate from not just closing the bridge, but to improving Mill Road for everyone. I thank both Mill Road for People and the Mill Road Traders Association for your joint statement, which you produced. I hear some of the same objections today from my friends in the traders, and I do respectfully remind them that they said to me and my city colleagues that they would have a different view if traffic restrictions were for all Cambridge, not just being brought forward for Mill Road. Well, that is the situation now and provides a different context for this decision. However, I do remind officers of your obligation to take measures to counter adverse economic impacts in paragraph B of the recommendations from the 27th of July 2021. I do thank our county officers for including the examples in the report of environmental improvements or the realm, including widening and resurfacing of pavements, new street furniture and better arrangements for deliveries to shops. However, I do have 3 remaining questions for officers. First, I do think you should go further in not just saying you are monitoring traffic, but publishing baseline figures now for all the key roads and how your modelling predicts that will change. I see no reason why these figures cannot be published now and should have been to inform today's decision and to enable this council to be held to account for what happens next. Second, I do think you should explain why, when applying for funding for the bridge closure from the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority, that the GCP recommend that you apply for environmental improvements at the same time and even provided you with a draft letter to do so. Why did you not send it, as the Mayor has confirmed did not happen? As committee members, I place on record that I held a personal meeting with officers last August when I personally asked for both these things, full transparency on the statistics and environmental improvements to be brought forward at the same time as traffic restrictions. Officers told me that these would be pursued. It is disappointing nearly a year later that this appears not to have taken place, and I would respectfully ask for that to be explained today. And third, on behalf of my constituent, Mr. Richard Calverley, who represents Tennyson Road residents, I would also ask the committee to note and commit to act on continuing deep concerns about the bus gate causing increased rat running on Tennyson Road and other side streets, some of which are not covered by the list for traffic monitoring in the report. These residents make the point that the biggest congestion in peak hours is on the Petersfield side of the bridge and put their belief that the bus gate will not solve the problem without concurrent traffic mitigation in South Petersfield. They ask that a review of the impacts be considered no later than 6 months after the new scheme becomes operational, so this can be further considered. I want to underline that the concerns about the rat running and also in favour of bringing forward the environmental improvements are shared by those people who support the bus gate in Mill Road for People. I thank them and hope the committee takes note. Finally, Chair, when I spoke in July 2021, I said there were key arguments on both sides and that I regarded the case at that time as not yet being proven. Today, I want to acknowledge that in the consultation, 488 respondents in Petersfield supported supported traffic restrictions on Mill Road Bridge, with only 99 in opposition. I think the extra time has enabled people to be sufficiently convinced, and although I am sure that the committee will consider the further objections carefully, I want to place on record that as local member, I support the recommendations in the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howat. Right, before we move on to public debate, firstly, thank you for all of your questions and thank you to everyone for actually being respectful of each other. I do very much appreciate this with this topic that we have here. There will be responses to all of your questions published on the council's website following the meeting and appended to the minutes of this meeting. Before we go any further, though, I'm going to invite David Allett, our Transport Strategy Manager, to respond to some of the key points from all of those questions. Over to you, David.
Thanks, Chair. So yes, a range of questions and comments, individual written comments will be published shortly, but I'll provide some overarching feedback. In terms of the nature of the traffic regulation order consultation, we're satisfied that proper statutory process has been followed. The objections are set out in 2.4 of the report in terms of the number and Appendix A in terms of the key themes. There was a few questions or comments today about members committing to reintroduce the modal filter. Well, that's the very nature of the debate and discussion today. H&T considered the extensive GCP consultation in July 2022 and determined to proceed with the publication of the TRO and statutory objection period, given the alignment with national and local policy and objectives. Members are now considering those objections received. On the evidence and data, the modal filter has been in place before. And indeed, the bridge was closed by Network Rail in 2019. This work has been informed by that experimental traffic order and the observed impacts from that and subsequent GCP consultation. The impacts of any modal filter would also be monitored on an ongoing basis, including cameras as set out in 2.10 of the report. The GCP consultation was wide-ranging and detailed many issues affecting Mill Road. In terms of the timescales for implementation, should members approve the recommendation, they're set out in the paper at 2.6. So that's implementation in the summer. The public realm works. We recognise the importance of those and we're working to progress these complementary measures as set out in 2.8 of the report. Precise timescales for that have not been confirmed as we continue to work with partners to consider funding for the design and implementation. But may I reaffirm that we're working very closely with the CPCA on this and the GCP to draw in funding wherever that's possible. Early engagement with key stakeholders and community involvement will be sought at the start of the public realm project, followed by a full public consultation on that. On funding, based on the DFT feedback we've had, we do consider that the modal filter will improve our likelihood of attracting future sustainable transport funding.
Thank you, Mr. Allott. Before we go any further, do members have any questions for the officers or any matters of clarification they would like to ask? This is not the debate, just any questions. No. Okay, members, we've received an amendment to the recommendations that has been circulated to the committee and published on the council's website. For the benefit of those watching, I will ask the Democratic Services Manager to read out the amendment.
Thank you. So this amendment replaces recommendations A, B and C. So recommendation A becomes defer the decision on Mill Road Bridge pending the receipt of traffic modelling showing the effects that the closure will have on other eastern access routes into the city. B, undertake a study of the traffic and population effects on the side roads of Mill Road. And finally, C, determine the matter of potential closure by the holding of a public inquiry.
Thank you very much, Dan. Councillor Sharp, I believe, sorry, Councillor King.
Small correction. It's not the population effects, it's the pollution effects. That's in B. So it's an important distinction.
Thank you, Councillor King. That is very important. Councillor Sharp, I believe this is your motion. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Maguire?
Yeah, Councillor Maguire to second. Thank you. Councillor Sharp, then, do you want to introduce your motion, your amendment, sorry, and speak to it?
Okay, yes, happy to do that, Chairman. Thank you, members. It's been a very interesting debate today, and some of the points that have been made are behind the reason I brought this amendment. I think this is one of the most, and I'd like to thank everybody for attending and their comments. You know, that there's some very valid comments being made on both sides of the argument. This has been one of the most important decisions this council's probably had to make in terms of decisions, certainly in my time on the council in the last 2 years. And it affects residents, not just in Cambridge, but in the surrounding areas. I represent the Wood Ditton Ward, which is all the villages south of Newmarket that are in Cambridgeshire, and also I represent Bodisham, Lode and Swaffham Bulbeck. So a lot of those residents come into Cambridge for work, leisure, education. So, you know, obviously I've had lots of comments back from those. I've got issues with the original consultation as I felt that it was full of a lot of leading questions from the GCP. as members of this committee will know, I have issues with the way that the GCP works. And I feel we have two conflicting results of the consultation, because the first consultation, yes, there was people in support of it, of the Mill Road Bridge. The second consultation, there was a net opposition against it. So I don't think it's clear cut. But then going on to my major point, one-off decisions such as the Mill Road Bridge closure take no account, and I know it's been touched on by other people here today, of the effect of the access into the city from the east, especially Cherry Hinton Road, Coldham's Lane, and this could potentially be made worse by any work that happens on the Newmarket Road with the current Newmarket Road access consultation going on. So we need, in my opinion, we need to take those. The paper on point 2.10 states that the County Council will monitor the various roads off Mill Road if the TRO goes ahead. I'm pleased Councillor Howitt did raise comments on that, because I do visit Glisson Road quite often. I do some work down there, and I do see the rat running, for want of a better word, that happens off Mill Road, and that's one of my big fears about this, is that we're just going to move the problem from Mill Road to the surrounding residential streets. So what I would prefer is, I don't think we have a Cambridge-wide master plan. I'll be quite blunt. I don't think the GCP has that. It might have plan B, but the problem is it doesn't have plan A. But anyway, I don't think any decision of this magnitude should be made without Cambridge-wide data. And I was very interested by the comments from a couple of members of the public. And I know, certainly I remember one of them emailing me about trying to compare it to the Bridge Street closure, which is a very valid, trying to look at it as a valid comparison. The problem where the difference lies, I think, though, is that if you go over to Bridge Street, and yes, it's nice to walk around, but you literally straight into the city, whereas with Mill Road, you're much further away from the centre of the city. So I think the comparisons are slightly different. And another comment was, people were talking about parking on Mill Road. Now we're later on the agenda. We're looking at CPE for districts around the county. Now I believe Cambridge City have CPE, so I think one of the things I would ask Cambridge City colleagues or council to do is do some CPE enforcement of illegal parking on Mill Road. That might take away some of the issues that pedestrians and cyclists have with illegal parking. It needs to be enforced. And finally, the reason I proposed my amendment is I think we need to get the decision right, but we need to make sure that it's seen to be right as well. And at the moment, there is not enough data for me to say conclusively we shut this bridge, because once we shut it, it's going to be shut for all time. But we need to get it right. It may be we go away and we get the data and it is shut afterwards, but it needs to be proper, in my opinion, much better consultation and decisions than we've been made. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I fear we have strayed slightly into the debate with that introduction. Firstly, I do also want to address the fact that I think we've all had an awful lot of emails on both sides of this as well. Both sides have been very effective with their email campaign. So I also want to apologise from all of us members that we might not necessarily reply to every single email. I know I had literally hundreds, but we have been paying attention to it. So thank you very much for all of those representations. Now, members, I do also, before we get to the debate here, just want to draw everyone's attention to Part 13 of our Constitution, the Rules of Debate, which say we have one chance to speak in committees and for 5 minutes. We are usually really quite lax in that and allow people to come back in when it is in the general interest. Today, I would ask you all to be respectful of that rule. And if we do have people abusing it, then I might well enforce it, shall we say. But from now on, I'm going to open up the debate on this. This is on Councillor Councillor Sharp's amendment. Who do I have first? Councillor French.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good points made by both supporters and opposers. But I'm concerned that you're only looking at Mill Road in isolation and not looking at the wider areas. In March, my area, we're going through major regeneration, which is causing mayhem, and I mean mayhem. But we did carry out Matt's area transport study, which we started in 2017. It took us 6 years, and the work started in January this year. And it was a proper study at various times. I asked why this was not done for Cambridge. I believe one of the speakers did say there was 17,000 residents within that area. March is 21, the whole of March is 21,500, and we did carry it out. I support safer travel, but I think more work needs to be done, and you need to do a proper transport study on this and not in isolation.
Thank you, Councillor French. Do I have any other councillors wishing to speak? This is on the amendment. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. As a seconder, I thought I'd wait. I reserved my right to speak. Chairman, it won't surprise members to know that Councillor Sharp discussed this with myself and other members towards putting an amendment forward. And I wondered whether that was wise at the time. Having considered it, and then subsequently seeing all the representations we've had, you've made reference to the hundreds of emails we've been inundated with over the last couple of days in particular, persuaded me that yes, I should support this amendment, because I do not think the proposals put to us today actually go far enough towards are properly going to resolve this issue. Chairman, I was one of those members of this committee back in July in 2021 when we considered the temporary traffic regulation order, which effectively closed the bridge at Mill Road. Chairman, this is something I'll also, in the main debate, I'll probably refer back to it again. Chairman, I would draw members' attention to the minutes of that meeting, and particularly where the final paragraph where it says it was resolved by a majority using the Vice Chair's casting vote to A, consider the responses to the informal public consultation, formal objections to the experimental traffic order. But importantly, I draw your attention to paragraph B, and that says remove the restriction and undertake a full review and consultation on the options and use of Mill Road to include possible exemptions outlined in paragraphs 2.23 to 2.27 of the report, to include positive measures to counter the adverse economic impacts, and in the light of further work to manage city access, adopting a holistic approach as lined in the report. Chairman, I can't argue their point stronger than Councillor Howitt's already argued, where he says that we should really, our officers should have gone further on this. He does not believe, if I'm quoting him correctly, they have not pursued the environmental improvements. In 2.8 of the paper in front of us today, and Mr. Allett has also referred to it, also the funding is being sought. It's very nebulous. It's nothing positive seems to have happened. I was hoping that by the time we came to the meeting today, that we would see something positive representations made to us, which demonstrates how these positive economic measures are going to come forward. There is nothing in there in the report that actually demonstrate that. It's all, as I say, a bit of case of funding is being sought. So therefore, that is one of the reasons I decided I would support this amendment that Councillor Sharp has put to us, and why I think it's reached a stage where, in fact, a public inquiry would actually benefit the community at large. I also supported in September of that year when we agreed that we should ask the GCP to undertake the review. We were put pressure on us to do the Mill Road one as early as possible and not to wait for the full city access one. But the point of doing that was in the hope that the GCP would in fact look at it properly in the light of the review of the access. That is not evident to me. Like Councillor Sharp, I don't have a great deal of faith in the GCP because I believe there's a democratic deficit there. But notwithstanding, as I say, I don't believe this report gives us the answers we want. And I'm reminded as well that when looking back at the minutes, that two of the members opposite, including the then vice chair who used a casting vote to actually reopen Mill Road, that the two members opposite will still be of that same view today. That remains to be seen. And certainly two of those members did in fact support the resolution, which was, as I say, to remove it. That, Chairman, is why I intend to support the amendment. And I hope other members will take that on board and say that at this stage we need to go further, as Councillor Howarth's already said, in terms of the economic solutions to this problem. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Next, I have Councillor Coutts.
Thank you. I'm just clarifying, if I may. This amendment seems to focus on the adequacy or otherwise of the consultations which have taken place and seeks more research on that. I'm just clarifying really the consultations that have taken place. I think there was some confusion in Councillor Sharp's presentation there because we had a first consultation which was generally agreed 2 years ago to be flawed, and then the bridge was reopened. Then we agreed to have a second consultation, which has been referenced a lot today, which produced the conclusions which this committee unanimously praised and accepted after that consultation had taken place. I may be corrected on that one if I'm incorrect.
No, we did accept the reports of that consultation in this committee at the last meeting.
If I'm wrong, of course, I shall stand corrected. But as I understand it, that the decision was without opposition at the time. The situation now is that we have progressed that which was agreed by this committee to the TRO. Now, the TRO is not a consultation. It's a different kind of exercise. Consultation envisaged getting responses on all sides of the particular issue. The TRO is primarily focused, as I understand it, on eliciting objections rather than support. And some support was received, but it is mainly an exercise designed to look at objections to a particular proposal. So I don't think that that exercise can be regarded as another full consultation. It's a different kind of exercise. So what interests me really is why this amendment has been brought when the members opposite supported and praised the consultation which had taken place, progressed to the TRO, and are now seeking to suggest that that consultation was inadequate, presumably on the basis of the objections which have been brought to the TRO, which is a different exercise. Sorry if that's a bit technical, but that's just my trying to work out what's happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coutts. Next, I have Councillor King. King, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm very happy to answer that question, Councillor Coutts. I supported the consultation process because I did believe that we were getting this information about the streets that would be impacted by the closure of Mill Road. That didn't happen, as one of the speakers has already highlighted. That to me is a major flaw in this. And I think that I very strongly am of the view that we should be doing things with people, not to them. And I think that this process, if we go ahead with these proposals, falls very much in the category of doing things to the people, particularly in the neighbouring streets. So I think we need to defer this and we need to get some more information as Councillor Sharp is proposing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what Councillor Coutts has said. Certainly at the debate back in last year, I certainly wasn't gleeful about what was said, and I will obviously have to look back on YouTube to see what I did actually say. I can't remember, but certainly I was not. I wasn't happy with the way the consultation was done, but obviously at the time it seemed there was overwhelming support for it, so I didn't vote against it going to the next stage, but I was certainly expecting to see more work done on the effect on the side roads and on Coldham Lane, Cherry Hinton Road, and that's not been forthcoming.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, first of all, just want to say that I've got a small conflict of interest in the sense that there's a member of the audience who I know. I don't know if that particular person is for or against, or I haven't spoken to them on this. And indeed, I didn't recognize them and because they've grown old over the time period I'm in here. So I do apologize. They might think the same as me.
Can that member please accept my apologies on behalf of Councillor Howell as well for that comment?
They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. I represent the Camborne area, so I have no actual particular view on this either one way or the other. It just doesn't affect me on a personal basis, so I'm looking at it purely objectively. And I'm concerned of what should we call the law of unintended consequences. So if we make a decision now, the impact in this particular case on the side roads, but also very much on the businesses. And it's the businesses that I think that we should all be concentrating on. And the reason I believe that is that I've heard many times, nearly all the speakers, or majority of them, saying about the community. And if this was a road which is just contained residential houses, this wouldn't be coming here. This decision would be made and everybody would be fine. But the fact of the matter is that we've got a lot of businesses along this street. That is the community. That's what makes the community. It's a hub for people to go. It's a place where people meet, and that is what brings the community. And I am concerned, very concerned, that if we allow this to close, then the community itself will die. And then we have loads and loads of empty shops. And because of that, and I appreciate the fact, I think I heard 15, I think I also heard 25,000 residents within a certain period, a location, then I can't at the moment support this. And I will be looking at back in the amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Let's have Councillor Goff.
Yeah. So I guess when I look at this amendment, I ask myself a couple of questions. First of all, do we understand the issues? And I think it's clear on the basis of the consultation, on the basis of the public comments we've received, and on the basis of the report, I think the issues are clear. And secondly, do we have the information to be able to sort of balance the arguments and on their merits? And I think the answer is that is also yes. The other point I would raise to Councillor Howell, just to emphasize this, is yes, Councillor Howell, this is a place where there are businesses, but there are also, this is a place where people live too as well. And that is exactly what we're being asked to do, is balance those sort of various issues. So I think we can proceed to reject this amendment and make the decision. I'd also like to just point out that actually I think this is clearly an area where there are sort of different views, but actually the uncertainty of not actually having a decision itself is not desirable. There are people who are making decisions about whether they buy or rent a house, people who are running a business, people who are considering buying a car, people who are considering buying a bike. Actually making this decision and allowing people to get on with doing things would resolve a degree of uncertainty, which would be beneficial.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goff. Councillor MacDonald.
I think Mark, if I may say so, went a little bit far into the main debate, which I'm not going to do at the moment. But anyway, we gave him a bit of artistic license. I mean, I was genuinely pleased to see Alan brought forward an amendment on this, because I think it does help the debate overall. But at the same time, I was disappointed, because going back to what Mac was saying in terms of July 2021, and what occurred at that time, I think this amendment is not consistent with what we said then. I think Mac's questions about economic impact are totally relevant and fair, but that's not what this amendment is saying. This amendment is saying kick it into the long grass effectively. And I think many of the members sitting across the room, you know, would say it's not appropriate to kick this into the long grass. As Councillor Goff says, we really do have the information that we need, and we have to make a decision one way or the other. So for those reasons, and for the inconsistency of July 21, and then I can't support the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Do I have any other councillors? No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maguire, sorry.
Chairman, I won't really get back into the debate on the amendment. I just wanted to make a point that Councillor Coutts made a point of saying that when it came to the regards to the consultation that we all supported. He also says we also praised it. I don't think I praised it but I had hope at that time, Chairman, in support that the consultation would go far enough. And as I say, I won't reopen the debate about the economic, but to me, it hasn't gone far enough. So it's just it's probably a point of order rather than a part of the debate, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. I have to admit, I did actually go and re-watch it last night. So I can say conclusively that Councillor Fuller very much sang the praises of the consultation. And Councillor Sharp, you were slightly more on the fence, shall we say.
Councillor Fuller's not here, Chair.
So there were both sides to that story as well. But Councillor Fuller, I think I have the quote from him that it was an outstanding piece of work or something like that. So he was very much in favour of it. It's a shame he's not here today.
He was one member, Chairman.
He was. Councillor Shaler, did you want to?
Thank you very much, Chair. I should declare, I guess, that I am a local councillor on Mill Road. And so this means quite a bit to my constituents. On the amendment, there is a kind of an undercurrent of democratic deficit. We're trying to find out what people want. And so if you would indulge me just for a few sentences, I'll go back even before the consultations, Chair. When I stood in 2021, seems like a lifetime away now, only one local party opposed the bus gate on Mill Road Bridge. They threw everything at it. Posters, billboards, the combined authority mayor on the bridge, more canvases than I've seen in my 30 years in Romsey. At the time, I said we should keep listening and find solutions that help the most. I also said that in our surveys, we were finding 70% in favor of the bus gate and 15% against. They painted me as the bus gate no matter what candidate. They made it into a single issue. But on the doorstep, we had been listening for years. And so I knew something that they didn't. I knew that those percentages I quoted were true. In the event, they suffered an historic defeat, and I got the largest Labour vote in the east of England. We knew our local voices. Chair, we have all won elections here. You can't do that without knowing and respecting your local voices. That is representative democracy. Now back to the amendment. Why did people have opinions about Busgate? Because the actual experiment had been done twice and under more draconian conditions than the recommendations before us today. We have data on traffic and pollution in an actual experiment. So why would we need to model, delay, and spend more public money? If it's about the GCP and the wider Eastern Access, it might be that there should be more communication between the GCP and East Cams. But I think that is not the question here for us today. As for B, study the traffic and pollution effects on the side roads. This is already in the current recommendation. And just a note that we are looking at the traffic flows and movement of taxis around the central station as well, which I think is going to be key. And C, more consultations, more inquiries, more public expense, and more delay. All of the consultations have told the same story. Now, there is some confusion about the recent TRO, and Councillor Coutts made a point of this. This is a legal device, long used in common and canon law. There's a really good example that people might be aware of in the traditional wedding ceremony. The officiant asks the congregated something like, if anyone knows any legal impediment to this union going ahead, speak now or forever hold your peace. One objection received 100 times is still one objection. This is not a consultation as we thought. Now, the GCP consultation was as thorough as it was expensive. And I won't say much more about that, except I will use Councillor Fuller's words, and he said it well. What we have now in front of us is the result of a very comprehensive consultation that very clearly gives us the views of the public and the residents. And that's something that we can clearly take notice of. And we can try now to move on to the next stage, consulting on the TRO and getting a scheme that will work properly, hopefully. And it will take into account all of those potential exemptions that Councillor Bird has quite rightly raised and tried to satisfy more people. Chair, I think we should reject the amendments so we can move on to the recommendations before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. Personally, I have to admit, I was slightly surprised by this amendment as well. Obviously, as others have mentioned, when this last came to committee, we agreed to undertake the traffic regulation order consultation process. At no point during that meeting were any concerns raised by Councillor Sharp regarding pollution and public inquiries. That they could have all been raised at that point, and they probably should have been raised at that point. By going to the consultation of the traffic regulation order, I think we all knew that we were moving this to a final decision. So therefore, I'm slightly shocked that all we have today is an amendment to delay it once again. Obviously, as Councillor Shaler and others have pointed out, the Part B to undertake a study on the traffic and pollution effects on the side roads, if we go back to the report in 2.1, that is already in there, that we will be, doing further monitoring as we go on. So I am slightly surprised by this amendment. I too, like others, believe that we should probably be actually getting on with this, because I know it does massively adversely affect people having that uncertainty. That I think all of us need to move forwards with whichever way it is. We need to look at those public realm improvements and moving on so that all of us have clarity in what we're doing, so that businesses have clarity, so that residents have clarity. Excuse me, thank you. So with that, Councillor Sharp, do you wish to sum up the amendment, or should we move to a vote on it?
Yeah, I will briefly sum up. This is not an attempt to push this into the long grass at all. It's rather, as I said earlier, looking to get what I think will be so that every members of the public, whether they agree with the closure or don't, feel that that they've had the opportunity to put their points through. I still have grave concerns about the traffic on either side of the of Mill Road in terms and to actually start monitoring that after we've actually put the closure in place would seem to be the wrong way to do it. But obviously I don't, I've said what I said earlier on. I don't really want to delay that anymore. But if I could ask for a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Very happy to take that. Oh, sorry. We need 5 members for a recorded vote. I'm happy. Okay, fine. Yes, fine to have a recorded vote on the amendment. Right, so we will now move to the vote on the amendment. So this is on Councillor Sharp's amendment. Do members need me to read it again, or is everybody happy with what the amendment is? Oh, sorry, Dan, do you want to go ahead? Okay, Dan will go ahead and take the recorded vote.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Sharp.
For.
Councillor Corney.
For the amendment.
Councillor French.
For.
Councillor Gardner.
For.
Councillor Maguire. Councillor King.
For the amendment.
Councillor Howe.
For the amendment.
Councillor Gough.
Against.
Councillor Coots.
Against.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Milnes.
Against.
Councillor Dew.
Against.
Councillor Bird.
Against.
Councillor Shaler.
Against.
Councillor Beckett.
Against.
The results are as follows: 7 votes in favour, 8 votes against. The amendment falls.
Thank you, everybody. Excuse me, please. Can we have people actually being kind and considerate to each other. I know that there are strong opinions, but we do need to keep this in the correct democratic fashion. Now we move on to the main motion. So can I invite any members? Excuse me, we will have to. Excuse me, sir, I will have to ask you to leave. Sir. Sir, we need to move to the main debate now. Okay. Okay, can I call a recess for 5 minutes, please? We'll have a recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Right, thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for that brief pause. Obviously, we all know that this is an incredibly emotive topic, and I totally understand that. And it is important that we hear everybody. Now, if we have further disturbances, we will have no option but to exclude the public. I do not want to do that because I think it is important that this is public and that everybody gets to be heard, that everybody gets to hear what is going on, and that this is as public as we can possibly make it. So please, if you can be respectful of all of the debate that we have, if we can listen carefully and actually, empathize with each other about both sides of this. I think it is incredibly important. So we will now move to the debate on the substantive motion. Yes, Councillor King.
I've been looking at that poster that the lady's been very assiduous in holding up, but I can't quite read it. And would it be appropriate? Oh, right. All right, okay. For or against?
Okay,
Okay.
let's move on and without the posters.
Thank you
Can
for
I
indulging me, Chair.
remind everyone that today's debate is about Mill Road as well. It is not about any sustainable travel zone. Okay, can I move on to the debate? Do I have any members wishing to start the debate? Any members wishing to speak? Councillor Mills.
In the absence of anybody else, I'll kick it off, Chair. So, as we've seen, it's a very divisive topic, and it's one that this committee has already spent many hours on over several occasions, even in this administration's time. And I would first of all like to say I'm very sympathetic to the traders who are worried about their economic survival or prosperity. Somebody who's a business owner that has taken his company into administration and incurred the personal losses that involved. I've got every sympathy with the people in this room that are running businesses who are worried that they will suffer economic loss. However, I believe, I believe that this will actually have an economic benefit to that area. And historically, we can see where places have that have paid attention to improving the public realm by excluding private motor vehicles has been a real advantage to those areas. You only have to look at the centre of Cambridge. Would we recommend that we go back to the way we were in Market Square or Sydney Street? Of course not. Would the retailers there want us to do that? Absolutely not. Pedestrian priority areas are much more popular. The increasing footfall that this scheme will eventually produce will be to the benefit, I believe, of those traders. You know, there's a whole slew of reclaiming the city streets across Europe. Clearly, if we keep monitoring the situation with this displacement of private vehicles that the objectors are worried about, and then we can adapt accordingly as we see how things are progressing. But I seriously think that we will be improving the lot for both the public and the traders together. And as time goes on and that becomes established, I think we'll see that the traders' reservations and worries were ill-founded. So I'll be supporting this scheme going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Next, I have Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. In a way, I'm a bit similar dilemma to that Councillor Mills expressed. Having gone through similar business problems that he's also expressed. When I first got involved with this discussion around Mill Road, of course, it's way back in 2020 as well as 2021 when we actually came to the committee, or at that, as I said, already referred to the meeting we had in July in the Corn Exchange in Cambridge, at which I was a substitute member. I think I was substituting for Councillor Howell, but and it wasn't an easy one. I don't think it was easy for any of us, particularly those of us who don't live in or near Mill Road, or don't even live in the city. And we were there, we've been asked to make a judgment call on something which was obviously going to affect mainly city residents, certainly those around Mill Road, as well as the businesses in around there. But having listened to the representations we had from both sides, and largely apolitical arguments that were being put forward, I, together with the others who voted to remove the experimental closure, having listened, as I say, listened to those arguments, we agreed by a majority to remove them. I was hopeful that in the fullness of time, and given, as I said earlier, when we were debating the amendment, that when we agreed to the GCP should carry out part of the carry out the consultation as part of the city accessing, and then, as I recall, we were under pressure to get the Mill Road one dealt with earlier than we were expecting the full city access review to take place, that something more positive than is in front of us would come out of it. And as I say, my biggest concern still remains the economic effect on the area, Mill Road in particular. And as I say, I couldn't be more eloquent than Councillor Howard, although I'm probably, and I'll come to a different conclusion, whereas he's got hope that by those who support the motion today, that these things will happen in the fullness of time. There is nothing in paragraph 2.8 of our paper which is about the public realm improvements as it refers to improving the economic situation, but there is nothing in this paper which actually tells me that that's going to happen. And as we've already heard from Mr. Alla, it's a case of we're hoping that funding will come from either the GCP. I don't know how it comes from the GCP because I never fully understand the GCP funding, but how it will come from the combined authority or wherever source it will come from. But there's been no evidence presented to us today that the economic problems are going to be addressed or how they're going to be addressed. So talking about decluttering the area or renewal street furniture, all these things are all, it's a wish list, which I understand why it should be a wish list. It's an ambition, but I'm not sure we're being presented with anything that tells us how that ambition is going to be achieved. So therefore, unfortunately, my position hasn't changed and I will not vote for the proposals. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Next, I've got Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair. So I think the first thing to recognise, and we heard some of that this morning, is that Mill Road is a special shopping, eating and a community road. It is one of the most diverse streets or roads in Cambridgeshire and possibly in the UK. So it's quite special. So any decision that I take or others take here is not taken lightly. Much was made that only CamCycle, for example, have an interest in the bridge restriction. But when I go back to the consultation responses, I can't find the evidence that that is necessarily true. If we look at that response, which is part of the basis for our decision making, 50% they said they lived on a street off Mill Road, and a further 30% said they regularly visited Mill Road. I don't know whether people made that up. I think it can be traced to the postcodes. And 35% of those in the respondents said that they were 55 years of age or above. So I'm not sure that the narrative that the cyclists dominated the responses is totally correct. Having said that, I do recognise that the biggest feedback said 66% that cycling was dangerous, and we've heard that this morning. However, 77% were opposed to doing nothing, which is also significant. I think the traders' concerns are real and serious. They are suffering increased energy costs, business rates, and labour costs due to shortages. And so it behoves all of us who support a restriction to increase our share of spend in Mill Road, and I should certainly be doing this, whatever the outcome is today. One could expect, if this goes through, a big increase in cafe, restaurant, and pub footfall with restrictions. Again, I would ask that if we decide to re-establish the restriction, that all of us using a cafe or a pub on Mill Road do so more often. Just a technical point is it's being described as a closure. It is, of course, a closure, proposed closure to cars. It's not to buses, it's not to taxis, and it's not to blue badge holders. And this was addressed both in summer of last year or the year before. Much has been made in some quarters on why members outside of Mill Road and City have the ability to comment and vote on this. We are, I say to all the public, for and against, we are a county, and as such, all members may comment on all such issues within Cambridgeshire. Several members are voting today who don't live near Mill Road, and some people said, well, their vote is considered more relevant and appropriate. All of our votes are relevant and appropriate, I believe. I'm familiar with Mill Road, with the pubs, with the Bedouin West restaurant, with the co-op, with the butchers by the bridge, by Amphora wine shop on Devonshire Road. I do understand the traders' concerns, as trade did drop dramatically after the last closure. But of course, that was during the height of COVID, and therefore very difficult to make a real comparison. To be fair to the GCP, they went to huge lengths to establish a fair consultation. Have people forgotten all the focus groups? I know some of them, the timing was not ideal for some of the traders because it was during a Saturday and a weekend, but I know some of them were rescheduled. I'm responsible for business with my other hat on in South Cambridgeshire, so I've thought really carefully about the business impact. I wouldn't impose anything on Mill Road, which I'm not prepared to consider in any part of South Cambridgeshire if the circumstances were similar. I travel to Cambridge 3 to 4 days a week. I've enjoyed the Mill Road Fair. I also enjoy the Market Square in Cambridge, which is largely traffic free, apart from taxis and I think blue badge holders. So finally, I have to say, what are the upsides and the downsides, and what is the balance of benefit? I believe that the upsides will be larger than the downsides, and Councillor Milnes and others have reflected this. I also note, and I've been in contact with some of those that are very concerned and opposed to sustainable travel zone. I haven't seen the overall feedback from this. I really don't know what the final scheme will look like. I think it might look quite different, but most importantly, I need to see the feedback, as we've seen the feedback from the consultation that was done here. We mustn't deliver active travel at the cost of local business. That shouldn't happen, but I don't believe it will. I believe that this restriction is proportionate with bus, taxi and blue badge access. And then therefore, in the long term, as other councillors have mentioned, it will be for the benefit of Mill Road. What's really, really important is, as Councillor Maguire had mentioned, that funds should be available to improve the public realm. If that doesn't happen, that will be a serious downside. And finally, just to answer the questions about being compelled to vote, because somebody raised that earlier on. Nobody, I think, has ever told me since I was a county councillor how I must vote. They've tried to persuade me at every point, and I've always said what is the evidence? And finally, I would like to say I'm very much swayed by Councillor Howitt as a local member and his view. His view is locally based, it's thoughtful and responsible, and I am influenced by that. And therefore, I would tend to support the recommendation. Thank you. Sorry, I went on a bit, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Very good to hear. Councillor Gough.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So as I think about this matter, I think the key issue in my mind is about whether this closure, this TRO, will create displacement of traffic or replacement of traffic. Will it prompt the journeys to shift to other forms apart from motorized transport? And I think when I think about that, I consider Mill Road itself as a thoroughfare. From personal experience, I know cycling through Mill Road, the width is very narrow. I would say that if you haven't cycled over Mill Road Bridge, you need to, because it is slow. you are, it is slow. And if you've got a car right up behind you, it is the most uncomfortable experience, notwithstanding the white lines. So I think that the status quo, the deterrent there for cyclists is there. The pedestrian situation on Mill Road is also affected by the heavy load of traffic. And I therefore think that in that sort of issue of displacement versus replacement, we will see significant increase in the use of Mill Road for cycling and pedestrians if this TRO were to proceed. So the other issue in my mind is the exemptions and the design of the exemptions. I'm very pleased that the proposals now, I think, have a good balance in them in terms of the exemptions. And I think that's an appropriate way to proceed. So I will be supporting this closure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gough. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we all know I was sitting in your seat at that meeting where I got the casting vote to open Mill Road Bridge. And the reason I did that was so that we could have a proper consultation and everyone could be involved. And I'm sitting here today having to do the same sort of thing again. I do have my worries and I know what it's like on Mill Road. I used to live down there years ago, so I know Mill Road very well. And it's very hard for me today to sit here and have to take a vote. Either way, I'm going to upset somebody, which happened last time when I did it. I was getting 100 tweets a day and I was threatened with violence. People were going to come around my house. I had to get the police involved. So I still think about that, and that was a horrible time for me. And I don't want this to happen again today. So today I've just got some questions that I'm still not happy with about the Mill Road Bridge. I've got big concerns about carers that need to get the other side of the bridge because somebody's in bed, been in bed all night and needs to go to the P. How are we going to work that? They need exemption of some kind. Non-blue badge holders, which are people with a disability, but don't have a blue badge because they don't quite meet the criteria, as that lady said today. We need to look at that as well, if there's some way we can do something about that. Then the only way you can register for an exemption is online. Not everybody is online. So this should be looked at as well. We need to make sure that there are forms in libraries, doctors, anywhere like that, shops, so people can apply. That hasn't been thought about. And then there's the nighttime safety. Last time when it was closed, there was a big concern about the young girls and that were frightened going down Mill Road because it was so quiet. So that's another issue I think we need to look at seriously. So there are 4 issues that I'm still not happy about. But I just want to tell you all that I understand all of you, for or against. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bird. Just to clarify one of your points there about how to apply, I've been told by officers there will be a phone number for people that aren't online to be able to apply for the exemption. So that hopefully might answer one of your questions there. Do I have anybody else in the debate? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. A few things, and obviously we've had a lot of words being said today. I brought the amendment, and I'm just going to mention it once to clarify that I was not just voting against the TRO, but I just wanted to bring out the issues and the concerns that I had about the decisions. My concerns are similar a lot to Councillor Howitt in his 3 minutes earlier, a lot of the concerns I have, he brought out. We have obviously ended up with slightly different conclusion, but I share a lot of the concerns that Councillor Howitt raised earlier about the impact on the effect on the other roads into Cambridge, Cherry Hinton Road and Coldham's Lane. And obviously we've now got the situation with the School Street that's closed. And I'm sure, I'm trying to remember the name of the primary school, but it's Vinery Road, yeah. But I believe that's causing issues with parents parking on Coldham's Lane, which if we do make the decision to shut Mill Road Bridge today, I think will make the traffic worse along there. But obviously that's we on this side, and I just wanted to mention it. I was there in July 21. I'd only been on the county council 2 months at the time, and it was a incredibly passionate debate on both sides, and there were good points made by both sides about that. And I'd like to have total sympathy and respect for Councillor Bird, because I was sat here immediately behind me after that particular debate. Some of the abuse and criticism you were taking was totally unacceptable, and that, whilst we're going to disagree here, that should never be part of it, and I hope it isn't, certainly, you know, from my side. And so I respect totally what Councillor Bird has brought to the debate, because we shouldn't be subjecting anybody today to that sort of criticism and abuse, let alone what you were getting on social media. So I do respect what you were saying there. I thought the debate was very informed in July 21, and I went into that meeting with an open mind, and I ended up listening to the debate and came out of it thinking I will go with the reopening the bridge again. There's been mention about more street furniture on the bridge, on Mill Road, sorry, if the bridge is closed. But I know, certainly driving along Mill Road, as I did, as I mentioned earlier, to get down to Gresham Street, there was planters, for want of a better word, put into Mill Road, which I know the cycling lobby were saying were causing issues with cyclists. Fortunately, those were taken away. So I think if this closure does go ahead, then putting street furniture around along Mill Road, especially when you're still going to have traffic along it, I just can't see it happening. I understand the issues that cyclists and pedestrians can feel because Mill Road at times is a narrow street, but in some ways that's the beauty of the street, because of its being an inner city street with vibrant residents community on both sides. So I do believe that's part of the beauty, but I know it can create issues. I will vote against the TRO today, because I feel if we vote for it, then that's it forever. Whereas if you vote against the TRO today, and then we get more information like myself and Councillor Howitt have asked for, then there can be another decision. It's not pushing it into the long grass. It's just that I don't feel comfortable supporting it without having the full issue. So, as I say, I will be voting against the TRO. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Next, I've got Councillor King. Actually, before I do that, I speak for all of us when I say the abuse encountered by councillors is, I don't think any of us deem that acceptable on either side of the debate. So I think I do speak for all of us when we say that we do need to keep this civil as well, and to apologise to Councillor Bird for the abuse that she received. I don't think any one of us should. None of us sign up to that, and it shouldn't happen. But thank you very much for saying that as well, Councillor Sharp. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. I very much endorse what you've just said. Unfortunately, I think abuse is a part and parcel of the use of social media, and it's an unfortunate byproduct of direct democracy, if you like. But it shouldn't happen, and I think Councillor Bird made a very courageous decision when she chaired the meeting, and it was the right decision. And we are in a better place. I would certainly accept that what has happened has improved the proposal. However, I do very strongly support what Councillor Bird just said about guaranteeing access for carers, and also the fact that not everybody is online. So I would like a reassurance from the officers that we will ensure that those two things are taken on board and dealt with. Not just, you know, yes, we hear what you say, but yes, we will act upon it. And the third thing I want to be absolutely clear about is there any mechanism for reviewing this TRO when we get the information about the pollution data in the neighbouring streets? That's a question for the officers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Let's move on to Councillor.
Chairman, I wasn't going to speak again, but having listened to Councillor Bird, and I want to echo the sentiments that you've expressed on behalf of the whole committee, I think it's such an awful thing to have gone through, and you have my greatest sympathy. You know, whatever you decide to do today, I hope there will not be such a similar reaction to what happened back in July. That was awful. I like to think that we're all sensible people here. I know we've had some from the public gallery, we've had some reaction. I understand the emotions that people feel. I don't personally believe that reacting in the way that they do actually helps their situation. I always believe that if you want to win the hearts and minds of people, then you think carefully how you speak. And rather, because if you want to say to achieve it, then there's no point upsetting people. So you have my greatest sympathy. The other thing I wanted to mention, Chairman, is that during the public session, one member of the public, and I hope that person wouldn't mind waiting till the end of our meeting today, though I'm surprised if they do, actually said that, quoted me as having said to the press at some stage or other, a done deal. Well, you know, I'm no longer an important member of the authority, so, and I haven't, to the best of my knowledge, spoken to the press or anybody else since way back in probably 21. I may have made a comment, but they got obviously a better memory than me. And you'll not be surprised, since I represent the North Huntingdonshire area, that I don't frequently read Cambridge papers, so I don't recall ever saying, and I certainly would not have referred to this particular meeting today as a done deal, although I would have some misgivings about comment. Right, sorry, I can't, you can't appreciate the point, but I did say, if you don't mind waiting till the end, I mean, I may be enlightened, but you know, you get to my age, Chairman, you tend to forget things. It's a bit of a shame, but that's what happens. So maybe I did at one time. Anyway, I just wanted to make that point. But as I say, I don't think this is a done deal. I'm hoping that members on the other side, and we've heard some eloquent speakers already, will vote according to the way they feel that the proper and right thing to do for Mill Road. As I have already expressed my concerns about the economic effect, and I know people, and I'm pleased to know that, to hear that Councillor Bird's managed to persuade officers to include some of the concerns she had. Whether she achieves her full ambitions remains to be seen, but like Councillor King, I hope she does achieve, because there are often exceptions to the rule and have to be taken into account. But if people will not necessarily be aware of them, unless somebody speaks up on behalf of those, that, you know, relatively silent minority that we frequently hear about. So let's hope that whatever the way it goes today, that people behave in a sensible fashion. And I hope the outcome of it means eventually everybody benefits from whatever decisions made today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to address Councillor Bird's concerns. I think they are very well founded, and none of us here would disagree. I want to reiterate that this is not an immutable situation, and that we will continue to monitor and alter and evolve. And I certainly myself will be fighting for those particular aspects. So thank you very much. With your permission, Chair, I would like to welcome again the members of our Mill Road community who have come here today, and those watching. Welcome, Salam Alaikum, and thank you. Why are we so passionate about Mill Road? It's because of the people. It's because of us. We might disagree on details. I believe that traffic divides people. Some don't. But we care about each other and our Mill Road community. Now, evidence from other places shows that trading conditions are enhanced when traffic is reduced, and I have always wanted our Mill Road traders to have some of the benefits enjoyed by traders in other lower traffic parts of the city. After the decision in July 2021, we on county lost grants, and the Department for Transport has made it clear that from a funding point of view, they would prefer that we replace the bus gate. We are gaining a reputation across the country as a centre of excellence for active travel, and we do need that funding. There are also positives following that meeting. We had more time to consider the exceptions. We gained an excellent consultation, but an unexpected benefit was the formation of a local cross-party action group like the city has never seen before. With over 700 volunteer members, they work on solutions for all of us. This is grassroots democracy in action, and it has been wonderful to watch. But back to the TRO. There's been a lot said about displaced cars. In Romsey, we counted cars and bicycles around the closure of the bridge in 2019. We saw a threefold increase in the use of bicycles on Mill Road. We stopped and asked people, and if they had switched from car use, the main reason given was because the road was safer. Some were cycling their children to school. If a parent goes to school by bike, they're more likely to go to work or shop by bicycle as well. Now, we don't only drive on one road, so every switch to cycling also removes cars on the surrounding streets. And this might account for the numbers on the surrounding streets returning to normal after a week or so, even though there were other cars displaced onto those streets. I won't go on. I believe that agreeing the recommendations before us today will not only honor the will of the people, but enhance the core of our community as well. It would be a beginning. And although we cannot create it today, I think that almost all of us would want an access-only street that would require no restrictions on the bridge itself. One step at a time, we will get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shayler. Do I have any other members? No. Okay. Before I bring this to the vote, I just want to say myself personally, I don't think any of us take this decision lightly. And I think the debate today has reflected that. And I really thank members for the debate. I think they had some very, very good points raised. I also struggle with some of the abuse that comes to councillors. I don't think I know a single councillor, including our friends in the opposition, that haven't got into being a councillor because they want to improve the county. We might all have different opinions on how to do that and be going about it in different ways, but I honestly believe everybody I've met in the county actually wants to improve the county. And I think that that is incredibly important today, that even if we don't agree on what the correct solution is for Mill Road, I think we all know that we are all trying to do it for the right reasons. I personally have had many concerns about this as well. There are two parts that really concern me. That is the effect on traders and local trade. And the second is about the traffic and how it affects other streets. I believe that the public realm improvements here are really vital to help the traders. And I think we can see from the city centre itself what getting rid of the traffic can actually do. That getting rid of the traffic and putting in those good public realm improvements can increase trade and can make a city into a much nicer place to be. I think I live in the city, obviously, and during COVID, when we saw the traffic drop, I think it was amazing to see the difference that the city was in to live in. It's been really interesting. I was speaking to another councillor in Milton Keynes, and their experience of COVID was very different to ours. For me, in COVID, it actually connected the city and it got people talking to each other because the traffic dropped and people that lived on opposite sides of the streets actually started talking to one another, which they hadn't done beforehand because traffic had stopped that. So I think there is a lot that needs to be done here about public realm improvements, and I will be pushing forwards to get those public realm improvements as quickly as we can. I know officers have been working on it, and I know that that is something that we need to bring forwards. In terms of the other streets, I obviously represent Cherry Hinton Road, and Cherry Hinton Road is one of those roads that may well be affected by this. And I really am concerned about that. But I think that we need to look at how we can help those roads as well and what we can do. The GCP did a piece of work, which was the network hierarchy, which looked at what we should be doing with those areas. I know that that has not been agreed by the GCP board yet, and it hasn't come back to this place, but I hope that it will do, and that that looks more holistically about what to do with traffic. And it puts Mill Road down as being a local area access street, which I think actually, if I look at how pretty much everybody agrees with, that nobody really wants the rat running through Mill Road. What we actually want to do is, you know, stop the rat running through, but allow people to get access. And I think in the long term, that might be somewhere that we can get to with Mill Road, but I don't think that that stops us from doing today what we are doing here with a modal filter, which I think is the right thing to do in the meantime to reduce down the traffic, to improve the public realm, and to allow people to safely go about. So for me, as I say, I don't think any of us take this decision lightly. And I really do thank everybody for coming with their questions and for being so engaged with the process. It is really good to see so many people here and actually engaged. The worst thing that can happen as a council is decisions to be made behind closed doors without other people interacting. So really thank you for your questions. I really do appreciate them. But I think right now with that, it's time to take this to the vote. I'm assuming you might request a
recorded vote, please. Yeah.
Yes.
That I would like a reply to from the officers, please.
Can you remind me of exactly what those were?
I'd be delighted to. One related to, well, two related to the ones that Councillor Bird raised, access for carers, and also how people who don't have access to online will be able to apply. And the third one is the process of reviewing this once we have the pollution information in relating to the neighbouring streets.
Thank you. Yes, for people that don't have access to online computers, there will be a telephone number, so we'll make that very clear and make the number available. Data, we'll be considering all the data that we get coming in on an ongoing basis. Nothing prevents us from changing future traffic regulation order, from changing, adapting, evolving in future. As for carers, the exemptions at the moment are as published, so that being taxis and blue badges. But as I said, we'd be open to adaptation and evolution as technology, powers, and the ongoing assessment might inform.
Can I just clarify on that on the carers as well? The current policy exemptions allows blue badge holders to register 2 vehicles. It doesn't require them to be in the vehicles. They're allowed to register 2 vehicles. So therefore, a blue badge holder that had a carer could potentially give one of those registrations to the carer's vehicle, and then they would be allowed to pass. So there are some provisions in that for that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dave. That's good to know.
Okay, so can I call it to the vote? And I think we probably do need a named vote, and that will be requested. So Democratic Services, Dan, can you do that for us?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So Councillor Sharp.
Against.
Corney.
Against.
French.
Against.
Gardner.
Against.
Maguire.
Against.
King.
Against.
Howell.
Against.
Goff. Coots.
For.
MacDonald. Milnes.
For.
Dew.
For.
Bird.
For.
Shayler.
For.
Beckett.
For.
Therefore, the results of the vote is as follows: 7 votes against, 8 votes in favour. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Can I suggest we now take another 5-minute intermission so that those that don't wish to stay for the next motion can have a chance to leave. We will come back here at 12:30. Thank you very much. Oh, actually, Dan suggested we break for lunch. So should we suggest, yes, an hour for lunch? No. Oh, 45 minutes. Okay, 45 minutes for lunch. So let's come back here in 45 minutes. What does that make it to? 1:15. 1:15. Back from lunch. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, members, and everyone else, let's start again since we are only at item 5 on the agenda and we have many more to go. So item 5 on the agenda is the active travel strategy. I'd like to introduce Stacey Miller, Lead Transport and Infrastructure Officer, who will present this report. So over to you, Stacey.
Thank you, Chair. This paper presented today includes 3 parts. Firstly, an update to the Cambridgeshire Active Travel Strategy. It's been presented following public consultation that took place in autumn last year. The draft strategy was revised considering feedback with a summary of changes presented in the report and is being brought back to committee today for adoption. If adopted today, the Tier 2 routes identified in the Active Travel Network maps will be prioritised and included into an expanded local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, which will be brought back to committee at a later date. The second part of the paper presents the draft Active Travel Toolkit for new developments. This was originally authored by County Council officers with health officers at South Cambridgeshire District Council to maximise the health benefits that can be achieved by influencing and enabling sustainable travel habits when new residents move into a new development. It has since been reviewed by Active Travel officers as part of the Active Travel Strategy to create a county-wide toolkit. If agreed today, the draft document will be circulated for engagement with officers, partners, stakeholders and developers for further input. It will also need to be tested through the transport assessment process to inform its practical application. The final part of the paper presents Cambridgeshire's Active Travel Design Guide. The design guide is intended to support the active travel strategy by giving guidance on how active travel infrastructure should be implemented, in particular where schemes need to consider existing rights of way and widen on motorised users. It is currently focused on the core issues of surfacing and path layouts on rural routes, but the intention is to keep developing the details for implementing all aspects of active travel infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will now move to public questions on this one. And I think I start off with Roxanne DeBow again from CamCycle. Roxanne, if you want to come up.
Hello again. Good afternoon this time. I think we're going to be good friends by the end of today. We've got just a few questions. Okay, so on active travel strategy, CamCycle would like to thank the county officers for their work on the active travel strategy and design guide. We support the aspirations of this strategy and the alignment with government policy, particularly gear change. The toolkit for new developments is very welcome, and we support the focus on rural connections. We would like to highlight the principles for inclusive design as well. We would also like to thank officers for taking on board our feedback from the consultation, and we are pleased to see that a number of our recommendations have been included. We've not had enough time between the publication of the papers and the question deadline to reveal the full details of the design guide. However, as this is a live document, we hope to continue collaborating over the coming years to ensure our region has the highest standard of active travel design guidance in the UK, and that it leads to significant improvements for people walking, cycling and wheeling on our streets. A quick review of the guide indicates that there are still some areas that need development. Can officers confirm that stakeholder engagement will continue for this design guide and provide an outline about what we can expect regarding collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. I'm going to move on to Simon Martin now, and then we'll get all the responses at the end, if that's okay. So Simon Martin, and Dan's going to read that one.
Thank you, Chair. And so today's committee meeting, members are requested to adopt Cambridgeshire's active travel strategy. The papers for this agenda item state in 2.2 that Cambridgeshire's active travel strategy sets out our vision, objectives, detailed policies and a vision for a connected active travel network for Cambridgeshire. The active travel network identifies schemes for development and investment across Cambridgeshire with a focus on achieving mode shift from private car journeys that will contribute to the County Council's target to achieve net zero carbon by 2045, as well as wider environmental and health benefits for the people of Cambridgeshire. I note that Huntingdonshire Active Travel Network map on page 58 September 22 version of active travel strategy consultation document differs from the Huntingdonshire Active Travel Network map on page 72, figure 16 of March 2023, version of Active Travel Strategy document, with large sections of existing routes, grey, and Tier 2 schemes, orange, removed from the map. Removed existing routes includes the sections between Alconbury area west of the A1M via Hamerton, Great Gidding, Stilton, Norman Cross, Yaxley. And removed Tier 2 schemes include Transport Investment Plan ID 0301, Alconbury Wheel, development to key destinations, Alconbury Village, North Huntingdon, Great Fen. It is noted to be developer to deliver on maps.cambridgeshire.gov.uk, and Transport Investment Plan ID 0340, north of Ramsey to the Great Fen. That has Ramsey MTTS notes as the strategy basis on the same map in the Transport Investment Plan layer. Before members adopt the active travel strategy, I wish to draw their attention to the following questions specific to the Huntingdonshire Active Travel Routes map. Why have the sections of existing routes, grey, and Tier 2 routes, orange, been removed in the March 23 Active Travel Strategy? What has happened to the routes that were previously Tier 2 and are no longer included in the map or strategy? As the papers for this item state, the strategy identifies schemes for development and investment. Does this mean those removed routes will miss out on development investment due to no longer being in the strategy? As there is a stated aim of focus on achieving mode shift from private car journeys that will contribute to the County Council's target to achieve net zero carbon by 2045, as well as wider environmental and health benefits, and that Huntingdonshire has recently introduced their climate change strategy with similar aims by 2040, shouldn't there be an increase in active travel, cycling and walking routes, including those that may be candidates for bidding or for funding, even if such funding is not currently known, rather than a reduction in routes? The proposed response to the active travel strategy consultation from HDC, approved by Cabinet on the 15th of November, mentioned how Ramsey's routes have been requested to be reviewed and considered further under the LC WIP methods. In doing so, this would include projects for the market town of Ramsey being included within Tier 1 as a response to Q10. However, the map suggests this has not happened, and there are no Tier 1 routes showing on the map for the market town of Ramsey. As a member of the public, I do not know if this is made part of HDC's final response. However, as HDC's recommendation has been considered, included in the finalisation of the March 23 version of the active travel strategy, or has this been overlooked, rejected, and if so, why? As the active travel strategy for Cambridgeshire consultation report on consultation references feedback on Q10 of the concern, the lack of active travel improvements across Huntingdonshire compared to other areas. So there should have been further routes added to the strategy map, the reasons previously stated, rather than reducing the already noted lack of active travel improvements across Huntingdonshire. And question if reducing them is responding correctly to the consultation feedback that has been received.
Thank you, Dan. Then I've got Councillor Daniel Carney from Gerson Parish Council. Dan, do you want to come on?
Good afternoon. So I'd just like to point out, so I am authorised to speak on behalf of Girton Parish Council on this matter, which is slightly adjacent, but with, to the item in question, but something that we wanted to raise before the committee anyway. As part of the A14 works, Bridleway 99-6, which links Girton Village via further rights of way to Madingley and to Dry Drayson, was stopped up in a way that we believe to be in contravention of the Planning Act 2008, under which the entire A14 scheme was authorised. According to the Act, for a right of way to be removed, a replacement must be provided, or the Secretary of State must determine that one is not required. Now, no replacement has been provided, and National Highways have made no claim that this not required was the case. Whilst we've seen replacements at Bar Hill, Lulworth, Boxworth, etc., as part of the A14 works, in Gerson, we're left without the right to cross the A14 to reach the previously connecting rights of way without making a major diversion from the original route. This diversion is even greater for cyclists, horse riders, who may not use the A14 crossing that is linked to by footpath 99 for a stretch of path which plans for the A14 upgrade show was due to be upgraded, but that work has not materialized, and as far as I'm aware is not in any plans anywhere. So there's a great deal of concern within the village about the removal of this much used right of way. So on behalf of Girton Village, I'm asking the council to explain how this has been allowed to occur and how the act has been complied with. And above all, I want to emphasize that these links were valued by the local community and they're very much missed. So can you please provide us with proposals for what can be done to provide the alternatives that restore the connectivity and go some way to make up for the loss of these much used and important local rights of way? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carney. Very important points there. The last question I have before we come for responses is from David Stroughton from Living Streets, who I believe is joining us via Zoom. David, are you there?
Good afternoon. If I come up on?
Yes, we can hear you. If you'd like to ask your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. And forgive me if I cough in the middle of this. I seem to have got the lurgy. It won't get over the internet, I don't think. Anyway, Cambridge Living Streets broadly welcomes the active travel strategy and its laudable aim to rebalance the modes and embed active travel in everyday processes. However, if walking is to be treated as a priority and the ambition to enhance and expand approaches is to be realised, two changes need to be prioritised. First, there needs to be a shift of resources to deliver a step change in the whole environment for pedestrians, if the ambitions to achieve a shift in modes are to be realised. Too often there is little expenditure on pedestrians other than the rather poor compromise of shared pathways. Second, particularly where space is limited, there are often tough choices to be made in respect of the trade-offs between the various modes of travel. If walking is genuinely to be at the top of the travel hierarchy, then it must be considered a priority in taking decisions about those trade-offs. And we have recently seen that that is not the case on decisions about Barton Road, for instance. Will this committee ensure that the resources assigned to realising the strategy for walking are commensurate with the objectives set out here? Will they also ensure that in future deliberations by councillors or officers, the tough choices are not ducked? Otherwise, this strategy will, like so many other initiatives, become just another set of warm words. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So I'm going to hand over to David Alice now for the responses to that. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to confirm to CamCycle that stakeholder engagement will continue. We'll continue to engage through the local access forum, and other stakeholder meetings will be arranged to regularly review the design guide. On Mr. Martin's comments, the draft active travel strategy was published in September for consultation, and changes have been made to the draft version of the active travel network maps, considering suggestions from the public and to address any updates or make corrections. There are 6 subparts to that question. I think it's best if we provide a detailed written response to those, which will be published shortly. And Girton, interesting comments raised. I think we'll take those away and provide a written response on those shortly. Living Streets question, commitments to improvements for walking are equal to that to improve cycling in the active travel strategy. The LC WIP identifies walking improvements in large market towns across Cambridgeshire, and although not possible to map on the active travel network maps, they are mapped as part of the LC WIP. Cambridgeshire County Council have successfully bid for funding as part of the DfT's capability fund, more on that later, and will form an active travel centre of excellence team. The team will have an equal focus on walking and cycling in the development of transport schemes and the planning application process.
Thank you very much, David. Okay, so before we move to the debate, does anyone have any questions for officers? Yeah, sorry, Councillor Corney, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to follow on from Mr. Martin's question, I guess, like a supplementary, and I completely understand, you know, David's going to come back with a more in-depth response, but as an active town councillor for Ramsey and a HCC councillor, I know that there is a lot of ambition, certainly in the north of Huntingdonshire, to improve what we have, and I just a brief response now as opposed to an in-depth one that you're sending. But can we have a reason why we feel like we've gone backwards? I think just appreciate that this is a draft, and it was released back in September last year, but it doesn't seem like the ambition is still there. Surely it would be not to take anything away, but leave it there and add to it rather than it sort of shrink back. I think that's how we feel at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, and as per the members' working group did highlight, a next step will be to define the environments in which it's appropriate to segregate pedestrians and cyclists, what that will look like, and we committed to developing that detail moving forward. So this is a good springboard for forward momentum.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. As the member for Alconbury and Kimbolton, if you look at the Huntingdonshire map for active travel, there is very little active travel routes within that area, which I know all my residents are campaigning to get active travel routes, particularly along the B645, adjacent to the A14 and from Alconbury to the likes of the villages of Hamerton and Great Gidding. So when can we expect to see those sorts of routes included? Because it seems to me that we're concentrating on the towns, but forgetting the rural areas. And the rural areas, if you haven't got a car, most of the roads are not safe for people to cycle along, let alone with children. So, we need to make routes available in the rural areas so that people can have an alternative to the car. There is no reliable bus service within that area. So if you want to get people out of cars, you have got to provide them with an alternative, and an alternative is to provide an active travel route, cycleways along those routes that I have stated.
I think we're in danger of moving into the debate here. Also, can I remind members that we try not to be too parochial in this committee, just because I know that there are other members that would love to be here talking about their own pet projects, but I do very much take the point about rural areas and how much that we need to go into there. Totally take that point. Let me move to Councillor Dew though next. Thank you.
Yeah, no, mine was going to be about rural areas generally. It still looks very Cambridge centric, which is a criticism I often have, and there is a need out in the districts, and if we look at, I'm going to pick on Huntingdonshire because I know it, but if you look, even the work that's going there is the Cambridge side of Huntingdonshire, so it still feels very much built on that. Be interested to know from the officers as well, with some of these ones marked in orange have been in the plans for several years. I mean, there's one that runs from, we had a petition on it last year from St Ives to Fence Stanton that's due for upgrading. It was going to come as tranche 2 from the A14. And I've heard not of Dicky Bird since the day we had the petition. So I just wondered if there's any update on that. I know certainly I spoke to Ms. Potter about it, and we found it buried in the some old minutes somewhere. So it wasn't that it didn't exist, but it's sort of like a few things had. I think you said to me once, Chairman, things had fallen through the gaps here and there. So just like updates on, I'm sure other members have got similar issues in their patches as well. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will just draw your attention to the fact that part of the recommendations here are to have an annual update to the LC whip to make sure all of those routes that were potentially missed off do get added. It is something that we need to keep doing on an annual basis. I do also want to draw members' attention to the fact that everybody wants active travel routes at the moment, and so there is a certain difficulty there that we can't deliver everything at once, but I think it's really great to see the ambition from everyone wanting it, because I desperately want them everywhere as well. Let's move on though. So after that, I've got Councillor Mills. Okay, any more clarifications? Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're being asked to adopt Cambridgeshire's active travel strategy. And I wondered if the officers could clarify what will be the process for reviewing this, because I think that there's a big gap there in that we haven't sufficiently recognized the importance of existing grass bridleways. Thank you.
I will let David answer or Stacey, do you want to go on the process for updating it?
Yes, so we'll be updating the strategy and action plans on an annual basis. We have consulted with the British Horse Society on their issues with how active travel schemes impact on the bridleways, and also the design guide also includes elements of that as well.
If I could just come back, Chair. I understand that it is being reviewed annually, but what will be the process for consultation when you come to that renewal period, particularly for the strategy?
Well, it's still to be agreed, the process for engagement, but we'll be working with the stakeholders involved in local interest groups, such as the Local Access Forum.
Can I suggest that we take it away to update Councillor King and the entire committee when we come up with what the process is to be able to upgrade those later this year?
I think that the one I'm particularly asking about, as you can appreciate, Chair, is the strategy. And I think that that's what we need, a clear process for reviewing it and updating it.
Happy to take that away, Councillor King. Let's move to the actual main debate though. Councillor Mills, did you want to come in on the main debate?
Thank you, Chair. So I think my continued concern with the active travel strategy is the inhibitors to additional people. Getting more people to modal shift. We want people to be encouraged to walk and particularly cycle, especially when they're traveling to work. And we have several obstacles to that. The consistency issue on cycle routes. So we have inconsistent junction design, for example. So sometimes you'll be riding along a pathway marked as a dual use, and you'll get to a junction and there'll be a fence across your route, and you'll have to either slow or stop, get across and back again. There are places in Cambridge City that have the equivalent of kissing gates, or some obstacle where you've got to, again, stop, open the gate, get through, and so on. And these things that, as well as my particular gripe that you'll be very familiar with, and Dave Ellett can cover his ears a minute while I continue to complain about the road surface, because that is an inhibitor. As if you are not an existing cycle user and you go out on our roads, and I've got every sympathy with the job that we have dealing with road surfaces and particularly potholes at the moment, but it's dreadful and will put people off. So it has to be taken into consideration. There's no point designing lovely rights of way if what they provide is a service that is unrideable. The other issue I just want to briefly mention is the multiple layers of local government in this area. So in the ATS Appendix 1, I see that we've got England's economic heartland as the sub-regional transport body. We've got the combined authority. We've got ourselves as the county council. We've got our district councils, and finally we've got our parish councils, from whom we heard earlier. This is a dreadful mess for our officers to deal with, but it's really vital that we get the communication level right so that we can actually be coordinated in what we do. And we've already heard that there's some reservation over whether we're achieving that right now. And I'd echo that reservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Very important points raised there. Does anybody else want to come in on the debate? And Councillor Mills, do you want to turn your microphone off? Thank you. Councillor Gough. Oh, no, sorry. Point. Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Neil. Just a couple of points or a few points. And broadly, I mean, I got picked up earlier because I on the previous debate, didn't sort of agree with broad spectrum of the thing, but I did pick up certain issues, and that's what I'm going to do here. I'm broadly in favour of the strategy, but there are one or two things that I'm not happy with, but it doesn't stop me voting for the strategy. The first one is, and again, it's not for today, but on page 124, ATAP 03, rebalancing of the CCC maintenance budget. Now, obviously, that's going to be a debate, and obviously taking what Councillor Milnes has just said, yes, there needs to be more investment or maintenance on some of the cycling, but we all know the situation we've got with the roads as well. So I know, so we've got to tread carefully on that. Then secondly, the road classification review going to major towns. Again, I haven't got an issue with that, although in some ways, you know, I'd like it to come back to this committee so we can make sure that we get that right. And two other points, we touched on new developments in rural areas in the bottom of the paper. And yes, it's great we're putting active travel schemes within those developments, but then the issue you have, if they're in a rural village or a rural town, there is then no connectivity from the village out of the village to the next village necessarily. And finally, I mean, I'm not parochial on this, but I chair the bus cycling and walking group of East Cambridgeshire. It's a cross-party group which we've had for about the last 3 or 4 years. And we're looking at loads of schemes. Obviously, we haven't got the funding, but if the funding comes along, we're ready to jump into it. But I think that's part of the problem we have is, yes, a lot of this is Cambridge centric, but it's possibly, and officers may disagree with me, it's possibly cheaper or less money to do schemes within the city because they're of a shorter distance. Whereas by and large, if you're in a rural environment, to go from village A to village B, because you just can't leave a path just stops in the middle of nowhere, that can be maybe more expensive to do and therefore needs more funds. So I can see why there is less rural routes, but it's something I think we, over the next few years, we as a council need to look at if we're going to really get active travel into the rural parts of it. Perhaps there's money that we can bid into for government. I don't know, but those are my points. But broadly, I mean, I'm in favour. Oh, sorry. One final thing is around shared paths. It's again probably more of an issue in the city than in the rural areas. I'm thinking of pedestrians, and certainly with things like the e-scooters and that sort of thing, which I know is a government have still got to legislate for. But e-scooters are great things, but perhaps some of the people who ride them are not very responsible and therefore cause issues with pedestrians who are trying to walk as well. But thank you, Chair. That's my thoughts on it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sharp. I don't think you'll get any disagreement from any of us that more active travel, both in the rural and urban areas, is really important, and making sure we get that right is important. I think there's so much of a drive of it across the county, and I'm really excited about the new Active Travel Centre of Excellence that's coming out. Do I have any? Oh, sorry, Councillor Goff.
Yeah, I've just got 3 points. So first of all, I think we're all agreed about the value of active travel network, and it's almost inevitable that the ambition is always going to exceed the resources available, which means that really when the strategy starts to get interesting is when we start to prioritize what gets done, what doesn't get done. And that's, I think, where the discussion needs to be, because we can all agree it's good, but it's then how you prioritize the limited resources. And you know, I think it goes without saying that we need some clarity about how that's going to be applied, and things which are really important, like, you know, bigger census of population, connectivity to schools, connectivity to railway stations. These are all important elements of how that gets framed. So look forward to seeing more on that. Secondly, second point, the development, I think the toolkit for new developments is really important, because I think so much of the problems start with planning or a lack of planning about active infrastructure. So great to see that that toolkit is in place. I note that it only is applying to developments of 150 or more. And I hope that the principles of that will apply more universally than that. And the prioritization, which is the road user hierarchy of the focus on pedestrians, is placed right at the top of that. And as Councillor Sharp said, this is important not just within the developments, but in terms of connectivity to the village core. I still don't think as a county council, we're being quite pushy enough in terms of our positions on some of that connectivity. From what I've seen of some planning applications at the moment, where we could have been a lot more pushy in terms of making sure that we get that active travel connectivity. Because once it's done, once the development's taken place, without that, it's much more difficult to go back and get it achieved. And the third point I'd just like to say is a very small point, but I think some of the imagery, we need to have a look at some of the imagery in this report. There's far too few protective helmets in these pictures. Page 114, I realize it's an issue, but page 114 sort of does worry me a little bit.
Let's not get started on the debate of helmets or not helmets. So many hours can be spent on that debate. So I think it's probably best we don't touch that one with a barge pole. Some very good points in there, though. And I think the connectivity point is a really key one. When we looked at our public engagement, what people favour the most is connectivity. There is also a point where you're saying about prioritising. The LC WIP and the way that those routes were drawn up was actually really quite detailed and quite smart. I don't suggest we go into it now because we've got such a long agenda, but it might be worth at some point having some sort of officer brief even how we did that, because it is actually really interesting to look into how it was done. And I think it was done very sensibly. Right, do I have anybody else? Oh, sorry, Councillor King, you're right, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my previous one was a question to the officers. This is more of a comment and a request. Subject to what we were assured earlier, that there is a process and a mechanism for reviewing the active travel strategy. Quite happy to support that. Quite happy to approve the draft active travel design guide. There was a very good working party that some of us were on that made, I think, some valuable amendments to that. So very happy with that as well. Obviously, it does need to be regularly reviewed. The thing that concerns me a bit is the draft active travel toolkit. I think that I would like that to come back to the committee once that's gone out for consultation, because there's an awful lot in there. And I think that we need to get the comments of stakeholders first and then bring it back to the committee. So that's my request, that we can bring that back after it's gone out for consultation or stakeholder engagement. And the other thing that I wanted to pick up was the point that Councillor Sharp made about funding. I think that it's we could spend an awful lot of money on improving every piece of the road and footpath network. Presumably, the funding mechanism for improving the footpaths is going to be a separate budget from the highways budget. Or is that going to, when I say highways, I mean the roads budget, or is it going to be part of that? Because otherwise, I'm going to speak from a Fenland point of view, it's going to be unfortunate if money is siphoned away from roads in Fenland to improve active travel routes in the south of the county, which I don't think would be right. I don't think that would be fair. Obviously, if money is siphoned away from the South Cambs road network to improve the active travel network in South Cambs, that's fine. That's a democratic local choice. But I don't think we ought to be taking money away from one area to improve another area, because there are very few active travel routes in Fenland. So could I have an answer to that from the officers, please? Thank you.
I think David's going to answer that one for you.
Yeah, I mean, the funding we've got our eye on right now is explicit active travel funding, and great opportunities centrally announced on that, and looking forward to accessing as much of that as we can for active travel schemes specifically.
if I could just follow that up, and what about existing things like, poorly maintained rights of way, grass bridle ways, et cetera, et cetera? What about that?
It might be helpful for our AD for maintenance to touch on that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, in the development of an expansion of active travel routes, we wouldn't be looking to remove maintenance from our current rights of way network. And I will be working with David to seek additional funding to support that on a network-wide basis.
Thank you, Chair. Very much. Do I have any further, or should we move to a vote on this one? Okay, I don't think I've heard any dissent on this, so can I take it by affirmation or
Can I
no?
just ask, Chair, are you willing to bring the draft active strategy travel toolkit back after consultation?
So I think a lot of this will need to come back. We're going to be updating the LC whip and everything else. If it's okay with you, I'm going to take it via spokes as to which does come back and when it needs to come back and when it's at the appropriate points to be able to do that. But I would much rather do it that way when we can actually properly plan it all in. But I do think we will see a large amount of this coming back to committee again, and we do need to. It does say it's a draft, so therefore it makes sense for things to come back.
I would have preferred a firmer commitment, but I'll accept that.
Councillor King. I'm sure Councillor Sharp can bring it back to me again and pin us down on it within our spokes meetings.
No, I'll stand your corner in
Yes,
spokes
exactly.
meeting now.
Thank you very much for that. So can I take it by affirmation that we agree with item 5? Agree, brilliant, thank you very much. Let's move on then to agenda item 6. Okay, right, we're getting through this. So item 6 presents us with the Fenland Transport Strategy. I'd like to invite Jackie Eagle, our Principal Transport Infrastructure Officer, to introduce this item. Jackie, you're here, brilliant, thank you very much, over to you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So this paper provides a summary of the stakeholder engagement we carried out and followed by the public consultation that happened at the same time as the active travel strategy consultation. It asked the committee to consider the appended Fenland Transport Strategy for adoption. The report gives a full summary of the consultation and provides a link to a full consultation report, but in very brief summary, the respondents were generally supportive of the strategy's vision, objectives and policies and schemes and interventions. The key sort of transport challenges people felt were around the lack of public transport, lack of connectivity and accessibility, and increasing volumes of traffic were also raised. At the stakeholder events, some people fed back directly, and there was strong concerns around the withdrawal of bus services. And I think that was largely to do with the timing of the consultation events, which was sort of as Stagecoach made the announcements, but before the combined authority put in their programme to replace some of those services. And we also received some comments around the Greater Cambridge Partnership Making Connections proposals as well, which were sort of public, but the consultation for those hadn't started either. So following the engagement and consultation, updates were carried out to the strategy, which added more detail and more, which we received from people, and updated some key information. And we also updated the emerging action plan and reordered that and split out the studies from it. These updates were taken and reviewed by the member steering group, and which in the strategy has a key focus on access to services and facilities. And we've worked with the combined authority and their emerging LTCP, and there's a diagram in figure 1 which shows how all these strategies sort of link together.
Thank you very much there, Jack. So we have one question on this one, which is from Roxanne and CamCycle, our season pass holders. Over to you, Roxanne.
Thank you. Can I claim loyalty points at this stage? But we like to be here. CamCycle thanks officers again for the hard work that has gone into the Fenland Transport Strategy. And we know that there is a huge potential for an increase in walking and cycling in this district with the right infrastructure and support in place. However, would like to ask, given the fairly low levels of engagement in this strategy survey, how does the county plan to work with local communities and groups on designs for upcoming prioritised routes and projects? I should probably add, I'm sure CampCycle will be here to help as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack, do you want to answer that quickly or should we take it away?
I can provide a sort of a quick response now, and then we can provide a more detailed one afterwards. So yeah, we're always looking for suggestions of how to engage more with people. So any suggestions are always welcome, but we will work with local members and stakeholders as we develop schemes in more detail.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Right, members, just for time purposes, I suggest with this one, we move the clarification debate all into one rather than have it separated out. So do I have any members that either want to start the debate or ask a question of the officers? Councillor King, you're my other season card holder on this one. Thank you.
I am. Having the honour of being a county councillor representing the most northerly division in Cambridgeshire, I really have to ask some questions about this, if I may, Jack. The first question is, how are we going to affect the thinking and the work of the combined authority? Because obviously they are the transport funders now. That's the first question. Second question is it going to be possible to put a bit more encouragement on the combined authority to work to reopen the March to Wisbech rail link? Thank you.
I'll take some of those questions away, but obviously we do work really closely with the combined authority as we develop this strategy, and going forward we'll continue to work with them.
Thank you. Councillor King's going to want to come in again.
Well, Chair, I'm afraid I was going to say, Jack, have you considered a career in politics? Because that's an incredibly political answer. Because, you know, I don't feel that maybe we and the combined authority are all together on the same page on this. But so, I mean, what's going to happen to the March to Wisbech rail link?
And
it just seems to be constantly kicked into the wrong.
And here's David Allen.
I think March to Wisbech rail is a matter that the CPCA is considering and taking through their board decision-making process. But if there are any concerns about how aligned we are in terms of the local plan filtering through into these local strategies, and any lack of engagement on that, I hopefully kind of allay those concerns. We catch up very frequently with the CPCA to make sure that those plans are aligned, so that that overarching umbrella of objectives feeds its way through on the ground in terms of actions implemented.
I look forward to seeing some progress on the ground, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Most of what I was going to say has been said. It was really just about Wisbech Rail. I'm wearing my other hat on overview and scrutiny of the combined authority. It seems to have been rambling around for ages. And I know we've had an issue with, obviously, the mayor's been ill, and the situation with the combined authority is delayed things. But I think personally, we as a county council should be sort of pushing as hard as we can for Wisbech Rail to get that going, because with the proposed new huge development that's going to take place in Wisbech, I think about 13,000 houses if it goes ahead. I don't think it's got planning yet, but and then knocking on from that, which I think certainly some colleagues here have been on webinar probably a year ago, is the Ely North area junction, which if we can get that released, it will help with Wisbech Rail, but also help with rail across the whole of the district and the county. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all
just need to be pressurising as much as we can to get those, because I think it will benefit everybody.
I think we can all support rail and public transport in general and trying to push those forwards. Do I have any further questions or, Councillor Shaler.
Can I just very quickly come back on that? I think in every single CPCA meeting there's been, I have put a word in for Wisbech Rail. And in fact, the last one, we kind of decoupled it with the Ely area, because the Ely area enhancement was kind of holding up, and actually not all the trains leaving from Wisbech would necessarily go to Cambridge. Some of them might even go to Peterborough with the new university. So I won't mention too much more about that. That's a different committee, but I thought I'd just say.
If I can just come back, Rick, I agree with Councillor Shaler there, because if we can just get the shuttle from Wisbech to March, it doesn't then have to go straight on to Cambridge or Ely. It can then passengers can then wait for the next March train. So I agree, the two aren't interdependent, but getting that rail link moving would be very, very beneficial for active travel. Yeah.
I think we all can agree to that one. Any further debate, or can we move to the vote? I have not heard any dissent, so can we take it by affirmation? Yes, no, okay, brilliant. Okay, so item 7, let's move on to item 7. Item 7 is the Huntingdonshire Transport Strategy, and is it Jack again?
Yes,
So we
yeah,
have to change the people. Jack's going to present that one. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, Karen had some technical issues joining the meeting, so I'll cover this as well. It is broadly the development of the Huntingdonshire Transport Strategy was done alongside the Fenland one, and followed the same process with the first stakeholder engagement and then public consultation. The stakeholder and public consultation comments were informed the development of the strategy and the emerging action plans, and the full consultation reports available on the website. In summary, the main issues raised were around lack of public transport, lack of connectivity and accessibility, and lack of cycling infrastructure and connectivity for active travel between market towns and transport hubs. The useful consultation feedback informed the further development of the strategy and resulted in some changes, which amended the vision to strengthen the focus on rural communities, changes to the objectives to cover everyone travelling in Huntingdonshire, and strengthening links with health, well-being and active travel, and additional policies providing a basis for reallocation of road space and additional focus on active travel. The next phase of the work, and this is the same as the Fenland strategy, is to further develop the emerging action plans based on the county strategic objectives and the combined authorities emerging LTCP objectives. And the member steering groups for both of these strategies will be involved in that process, and this committee will be provided with a further update in autumn.
Thank you very much, Jack. We have 2 public questions on this one. The first one is Roxanne from CamCycle.
Hello again. I'm just going to stay here for the rest of the day. CamCycle thanks officers for all the hard work, again, that has gone into the Huntingdonshire Transport Strategy. We welcome policy TSH18 on reprioritising space for active travel, which is in line with national policies and funding objectives. Given the existing barriers to those travelling in the district and several tragic fatalities, including that of Celia Ward on the Huntingdon Ring Road, we believe that safer routes are urgently needed, including a revocation of the ban on cycling through Huntingdon City Centre, safer active travel routes around the Ring Road, and restrictions on traffic over the Huntingdon Godmanchester Town Bridge. Will the county commit to prioritising safety for people walking and cycling in Huntingdonshire and deliver schemes that help people reach their everyday destinations safely on foot or by cycle? Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. I now have the Huntingdonshire Cycling and Walking Group.
Right, good afternoon, members. Some good news for you this afternoon. I did have 2 questions, but I'm only going to ask 1. Can I just firstly say I fully endorse the question which Roxanne has just had, and Hunts Walking and Cycling Group certainly supports the direction that she has mentioned in that question. Hunts Walking and Cycling Group was formed in 2019 to promote and support active and sustainable travel in Huntingdonshire. We have almost 2,000 members on our Facebook group. We would like to know, when will we have joined up fit for purpose cycling routes between Huntingdon and St Ives? There's been calls for safe cycling routes between these towns for many years, but so far little action. there are two main cycling routes connecting both of the towns. The first is the strategic route via Houghton and Witton, but there's a key missing link opposite Dobby's Garden Centre, which I'm sure many members around this table will be aware of. And the second route is via Hemmingfords to Godmanchester, but it's only partly suitable for cyclists because part of that route has to be shared with busy traffic. Installing a good, safe cycle route between two of our main towns in Huntingdonshire would help encourage modal shift from car to bicycle for a journey of less than 6 miles between two major population centres that many could easily cycle in about 30 minutes. And if I can politely remind you, active travel in Cambridgeshire is not just about Cambridge City, I have to mention that. Huntingdonshire residents and Fenland residents indeed deserve decent active travel routes wherever possible. So my question specifically is, when can we have a timetable for completing the missing links in between, for completing the missing links in these two strategic travel routes between St Ives and Huntingdon, which have been identified as priority for investment in the draft active travel strategy and the draft local LC whip? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And two very good questions there. Over to David.
Thank you. We welcome the support of the Huntingdonshire Transport Strategy. The next stages of work are to build on the emerging action plan of schemes, interventions and studies to deliver the strategy. This work will involve reviewing the emerging action plan and prioritising the schemes for funding. This will be done with the member steering group and will be approved by the Highways and Transport Committee at CCC. The operation of the Huntingdon Ring Road and the Town Bridge have been identified for detailed study work. County Council's committed to the safety of all users of the highway network, including people walking and cycling. The LC WIP routes are being prioritised on connecting people to everyday destinations. The Tier 2 routes identified in the active travel strategy will also be prioritised, and connectivity and safety are expected to be key in this prioritisation. Godmanchester Bridge and the western section of the Ring Road are included as Tier 1 routes in the LC WIP. With regards to the timetable question, funding opportunities for schemes continue to be sought. Further work will be undertaken to prioritise schemes in the emerging action plan to develop a pipeline of schemes for delivery. Both schemes highlighted in the question are included as Tier 1 LC WIP schemes, but progressing schemes is dependent on that funding being secured.
Thank you very much, David. Members, I suggest again we put the debate and questions together. Does anyone has any items of debate or questions for officers on this? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, really a question with regard to Tier 2 routes. When would you anticipate that you were likely to get funding to be able to start prioritising and doing those sort of jobs?
I think I can say that as quickly as we possibly can be, but a lot of it relies on central government going for things. But I think we can say that as an authority, we are pushing them very hard on as much as we can for everything. It is seen as a priority. We obviously have our Centre of Excellence, which is going to be country leading in how we work with active travel. So I very much hope that central government, and maybe all of us, can talk to our central government colleagues to make sure we do get the prioritisation and the money for that. Thanks.
Can I just?
Yeah.
That's very pleasing to hear. The only other thing I would like to see, and it's not being parochial, but I would like to see more active travel routes in the rural areas across Huntingdonshire, because we need to get that connection between the rural areas and our towns, which we don't yet have.
Yeah, can definitely take that one. Councillor Dew.
The back of that question, I presume you're going to be pushing Tier 1 even harder then, because you know, seriously, some of the ones that John brought up on behalf of the Huntingdonshire Cycling and Walking Group, a lot of the routes he's referring to, they are in the Tier 1 area, and they are to a certain degree 75% there, but you need the gap filling in before people will safely use them. So I'd like to think they're being pushed hard, but I will leave it there because time's pressing. Thank you.
Totally agree. Want all of them. Councillor Shaler.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to draw things. There's a similarity between the last three items, and this is something that we've seen with CPCA and across the board, people want options. They want more active transport. They want to have choices. And this is also about NMU routes and something that we call leisure, and it kind of merges with active transport, and those sort of things are a little bit different in the country areas, but the country areas we hope will have better connectivity, and it's about getting people to those hubs and through. So I think right across the board, we're seeing exactly the same thing. The more joined up, the better. Clearly, if you've got two routes and they touch each other, that is more than the sum of the parts. The whole thing becomes more valuable. And so I think going forward, that's what we will be concentrating on. The other thing is that this goes across committees, and this is why we'd like to draw in other people. It's about health, it's about the green agenda, it's about communities. And so again, it's one of these synergistic things, and it is actually very exciting to be part of this whole revolution that's going on at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shayler. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, I wasn't going to speak on this because I generally support the strategy, but something occurred to me when I was listening to two of our speakers. And one of the representatives from CAM Cycling made reference to a tragic accident. Well, it happened on the Huntingdon Inner Ring Road recently, where a cyclist was killed, and I'm sure you know. But it drew my attention. I'm not a cyclist, but I do walk. And it also brings me to the point that John makes, where he talked about the lack of footway alongside opposite Dobbies, for those of you know, the St. Ives to Huntingdon Road. And it brings up 2 points to me that I often get complaints about. And this is an appeal principally to cyclists, but as a general thing, but also to our county highways people, as to make it plain where it's a shared use footway. It's not always apparent to everybody that this is a shared footway. And my appeal to cyclists is, and I'd love to be able to introduce a law which said you will have a belt on your bicycle and you will use it, because the number of times I walk along that particular stretch, where suddenly, you could be walking with your family, 2 or 3 along the width of a path, and suddenly there's a cyclist behind you. You have no indication that he's coming. So using CAM cycles, I think, please appeal to your people. Anybody uses a cycle, please make other users of those footwears aware, because that is one of the problems. The tragic accident had nothing to do with that, but it just showed an example of where people don't fully appreciate shared use. So an appeal.
Or you could get an air horn.
Sorry? I missed that, right? Oh, yeah, sorry. No, I've already booked that air horn because, as you know, I'm a boater, and I thought that would be useful for me, but they didn't.
Thank you, Councillor Maguire. I think firstly, it's beholden on me to point out that that was not an accident, and we've seen that it's obviously gone through court. But I think it does demonstrate kind of what we saw this morning about greater respect needed between all different groups, and greater care and greater willingness to understand what other people, this walking everybody else's shoes, right? If you can walk in everybody else's shoes, you can understand their problems and concerns. And I think with that one, we do need to be very aware of that, and we do need to make sure that people are respectful and understanding of others, be they choosing to drive, cycle, walk, ride, wheel, or whatever else it is that they are doing on our infrastructure. And it is beholden on us to make that as safe as we possibly can, but it will also be beholden on others to really have that respect. Do I have anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points. They're both on page 339. One is that it states trying to work towards a 15% reduction in car-driven miles by 2030, which in some ways is unambitious, but obviously taking Councillor Gardner's point, with a lot of the rural areas, and I know, having lived in certainly it's the 30 years before I moved to where I am now, I know that a lot of the rural areas, that's going to be difficult. And the second point right at the bottom of there is, and I couldn't see it in the Fenland's transport strategy, is this exclusion of diesel vans and trucks from urban centres by 2030. I just have a few sort of issues with that, in terms of we seem to be going, I don't like the way, shall we say, London, Sadiq Khan in London does certain things. So I just have this like EBGBs about that. But broadly, I'm in support of it. So yes, if we look back on YouTube, I'm in support of it, but I've got a couple of queries.
I shall, next time I rewatch this on YouTube, I shall take those points. Brilliant. Do we have anybody else, or can we move to take this? I don't think I have any nays in the room, so can I take it by affirmation? Yes, okay. Brilliant. Thank you very much. So next we move on to agenda item 8, which is civil parking enforcement. David Allett, Assistant Director of Highways, together with Nicola Gardner, our Parking Policy Manager, will take us through this report. So over to you, David and Nicola. Or is it just David? By the way that Nicola's looking at me, I think it's just David. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. This paper follows a range of CPE, civil parking enforcement, updates to highways and transport over the last year or so. The paper seeks a delegated approval to submit the CPE applications to the Department of Transport, to the Service Director, in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair, as and when those applications are ready, initially in South Cambridge, for which the detail of the application summarised in the paper. A progress update is provided generally within the report regarding each participating area, which is South Cambridge, Hunts and Fenland. That's summarised at 1.5. Work continues in that regard to advance CPE as quickly but as comprehensively as possible. The key risk that we flagged up in the paper is that the powers that the local highways authority will be taking on would be in perpetuity. So there's a financial risk associated with that. However, we are working with the relevant districts and seeking to mitigate that risk as best possible through agency agreements. So just to summarise again, we are seeking a delegated approval today to submit those applications to central government as and when we have the relevant information prepared.
Thank you very much. Over to Roxanne, I believe, again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope it's okay if I delegate our subsequent questions to Daniel. I'll have to leave after this one.
No problem.
Terribly
Sure,
sorry.
do that.
Okay, so civil parking enforcement. CamCycle welcomes the progress being made on civil parking enforcement across the county, and we commend the officers for their work on this also. But would like to ask, what is the updated timetable for the implementation of Traffic Management Act Part 6 powers in Cambridge City, and when might the new CPE districts apply for this? Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. We're going to provide you with a written response to that one, if it's okay. Thank you very much. Members, as I'm sure you're aware, there's a confidential appendix that comes with this report. If you wish to discuss the contents of the confidential appendix, we'll have to move into confidential session. Does anybody have any desire to discuss it, or can we continue as on? I think Councillor Mills.
If I may, Chair, seeing as I took the trouble of reading this in its entirety and then rereading several bits of it and comparing notes, there are issues in there that I would like to raise, particularly about the strategy, which I don't think is a confidential issue. So perhaps if you would allow me, I could ask some of those questions and then defer questions that were raised in the confidential appendix, which I don't actually understand why it's confidential, because I don't think there's anything in there that's particularly privy. I couldn't see anything that was obviously so, but perhaps the officers can explain. So I declared earlier that I've got a lasting interest in this from being a district councillor, and in South Cambs we have particular hotspots of egregious parking, just completely ignoring the yellow lines. As once the police gave up enforcement, we went from something like 120 tickets down to 15 or so subsequent to that, and people learn. But in the same way, I don't think it will take much more than a light touch to restore adherence to good practice. We're going to get yellow lines replaced. We're going to have people coming out typically from the city where we've got the existing enforcement officers. And I believe that will provide the quelling required. And I think that the general trend of income generation will go down, but it will need less resource as we move forward. If we randomize visits by enforcement officers rather than do, Sawston every Monday, Shelford every Tuesday, etc., then we'll get a much better response rate. So I've got some general questions about the amount of resource, and I would like to make sure that we have enough flexibility when we adopt these enforcement powers to make sure that it's not more than we need and it's not seen as an income generator, because it's not allowed to be.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Are you happy for us to take those questions on the confidential appendix possibly out of here? Because I really don't want to have to go and exclude all the media. And
I would love to leave this meeting earlier rather than later. So thank you
very much. Councillor King.
This is really one of those tedious points of order, Chair. Don't we as a committee have to agree on a confidential item? Because if we don't agree that it should be confidential, then we don't have to go into closed session. And I'm with Councillor Mills. I don't think it should be confidential.
I think we would need to seek legal advice on that one with various things. Sorry, Darren.
If I can come in, Chair. So a resolution to exclude the public and media from the meeting would have to be taken. So
But Chair, it would have to be taken by this committee. And if we don't take it, then it's not confidential.
On a point of order, I think there's a bit of confusion here. Dan is quite correct in the sense that if you decide we're going to go into closed session, then it has to be by agreement of the committee. I got the impression that what Councillor King was asking is it is for this committee or somebody, whether it's through the chair and vice chair, whatever, to agree whether an item ought to be classed as confidential before it's even comes to the committee. Now, I think we on legal advice, the legal advice would be there are matters in that confidential item which should, if they were made public, have some.
Yes, I understand.
I think that's the difference, but
Yeah,
I think it
yeah.
has been decided it is confidential.
It has, and I would
Yeah.
feel uncomfortable making it non-confidential without taking further legal advice on it, if that is okay with everyone else. I don't think there is much in there that is not in the report anyway. So I think there is the vast majority of it, I think we can discuss in this meeting. I think most of it is contained in the report. I can't actually think of anything particularly in there that does look problematic, but at the same time, I know we have had, the legal side of things. So please feel free to ask your questions and make the debate, but please, I think most of it is in the report and things that we've seen already. So if there is something that you do believe is fully confidential,
I'm always in favour of transparency, and I don't like confidential items. And I totally agree with Councillor Mills. There's nothing in there that should be confidential. So I don't think it should be.
Thank you. Councillor Mills, did you want to come back in again?
So there are budget figures in there. Normally, the committee would need to approve budget figures. If we don't include that report in our consideration today, how can that be right?
We can include it in our consideration. We've all read it. So it's only if we want to discuss those figures in public session here that we would need to go into private session. We can all consider what those are as part of this without hopefully needing to discuss it. If you do want to discuss those figures, though, that's where we would need to go into confidential session to be able to do that. Councillor MacDonald, sorry, did you want to?
It's partly related to Councillor Mills' point. Of course, we're only at a point in the journey because we've got Fenland and Hunts to, in inverted commas, bottom out. So some of these issues will come back for future discussion as we progress through those authorities as well. So that's why I'm relaxed about leaving those items in a confidential session until such time as we're advised.
Thank you. Does anybody have any debate they want to make on the actual point itself, though? Councillor Maguire.
I don't want to talk about the confidential item. I just want to talk generally about the item itself. Okay. This might seem a bit strange to members, given that I was probably one of the only members here that was around when we introduced CPE in Cambridge City. And I thought I understood the principles of CPE. So I'm feeling a wee bit ignorant at the moment. And so my question really pertains to the county council's role. As I understand it, and I'm sure the officers, if not yourself, will correct me if I'm wrong. So I understood it. The role of the county council was to liaise with government to agree for where districts have chosen and want to go down the CPE route. It is the county council's role to make that application, and subsequently, obviously, the districts themselves, obviously we've got here, with the exception of East Cambs, the other districts wanting to go down the CPE route. That's my understanding of the county council's role. However, in the case of the city, the county also took on the contract to become the enforcement agency. And that they could similarly apply to the other districts to act as the agency, although those districts could, if they wish to go to another body. Therefore, I find myself puzzled how the South Cambs arrangement seems to work. It's muddied a little bit for me because I still don't understand how the GCP is able to put money, because I thought the GCP's funding largely came from the city deal and that sort of thing. And I don't fully understand how the GCP is able to fund CPE, but I'm sure somebody will give an explanation of that. But it seems to me that it's also being arranged that the county council, not only will they apply to government, and that's what we've seen in the application form and the way they filled it, but they seem to also be taken on or have agreed somewhere with South Cambs, presumably, that they will be the agents for the enforcement in South Cambs. Now, if that's my understanding, should South Cambs not have been going out to sort of tender? How can, I think you see the point I'm trying to get at. It just seems to be, it's already like somebody quoted me this morning as having said, do you think it's a done deal or something? I don't understand it. So it's ignorance, not that I'm questioning the right to it. I just don't understand how it comes about.
From my point of view, I believe it's that they're extending the city scheme already, because there's financial value in just extending the city scheme to those enforcement agents to come out. But Councillor Mills, do you want to come in, because you've got...
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So this agreement includes an agency contract to do exactly that, extend the city enforcement scheme. They've got all the infrastructure there. They're talking about, if I think I can talk about roughly two full-time employees, which I think is probably more than we need, but if there's enough flexibility in the scheme. So I'm not concerned about the fact that we've got the county council both making the application, which is their statutory duty to do, and then offering agency services to fulfill the operators' employment and systems, because the systems are already there.
Right, Chairman. So my understanding is right. It's just that there's been an agreement between the county council and South Cambs for them to extend the current arrangements, the current contract with the city into South Cambs. Doesn't answer the point of how the GCP gets involved. And as I say, I know we've discussed this on a number of days. I still don't understand it. I wonder if one of the officers can explain how they can use, because I'm assuming that cannot, since it's GCP, it cannot be extended to, say, Fenland and Huntingdonshire, who are also.
So the GCP have offered some funding to Huntingdon and Fenland as part of it, and our previous paper actually identified how they're basically working in their greater travel to work area. So they have offered some funding as well to those other areas to help them introduce CPE. So I believe they've offered more funding to South Cambs, being that it is their primary travel to work area, but they have also offered funding for other areas as well to help them with that. And that was actually in the paper that came to our last committee report, with the makeup of where those funding was coming from with the different parties.
Thank you, Chairman. But that's why it still puzzled me, because I still, having been in, this is going back history, I appreciate it, but having been involved in the city deal originally, or arrangements with government, I didn't think it extended outside of Greater Cambridge. Therefore, I didn't think the ability for GCP to use funds that they get through that city deal arrangement. It is, I'm standing to be corrected. I understand that they can actually use funds to go into the districts. So if somebody could just say if that's legit, and I'm sure somebody would have challenged it if it wasn't, but an explanation would be useful.
I'll let Councillor Gough come in for a second.
Yeah, I'll see if I can assist in that. Can I? But what I'd like to do is I'll kind of put all my comments together if I can. So, and I'll come to your comments. So first of all, I think this will be really welcomed by people of South Cambridgeshire. When I was on South Cambs District Council, this was an initiative which the administration put forward, but it got complete cross-party support from the Conservatives at the time, because as Councillor Mills said, there's a number of really real hotspots of violation and poor parking in South Cambridgeshire, which this would resolve. Thank you to the officers for bringing this forward, because this is not a simple process and requires a lot of very, very detailed work in terms of looking at the infrastructure and the parking restrictions and making sure that they're actually enforceable. So I really do appreciate their work in this. Coming to Councillor Maguire, the reason why the GCP is interested in civil parking enforcement is that some of the schemes which the GCP is putting together, the integrity of those investments depend upon civil parking enforcement around them, to make sure that they're not undermined by poor parking in the vicinity. So issues like improving services to railway stations, for example, if there's no parking enforcement around the railway station, the benefits of the railway station gets eroded by poor parking immediately around it. So that is the logic of the GCP's involvement in this. And of course, that is the logic of their involvement outside as well, is that it is the whole travel to work area which they're trying to reduce traffic coming into the greater Cambridge area. So if that actually helps, that's their standing in the matter.
Brilliant. Should we move on to Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Goff for that that sort of explanation. I still have issues, and I'm not going to labour the point, but I still have issues with the way the GCP is funding the South Cambs situation. But part of the reason why East Cambs is not going down this route is explained in 2.6, where it's the fifth line, where the Secretary of State will not expect either national or local taxpayers to meet any deficit. Our understanding certainly is that it can't come out of general council taxation. It has to come from parking income, which is, and having free parking in the cities, in the city of Ely, we don't want to go down that route, having seen other authorities being forced to. So that's where sort of our thinking comes from. But so I have got the reservations about this, and also about in 2.9 about the ongoing financial responsibilities of the county council. And then finally on 2.16, where it talks about the highways maintenance budget may need to be reviewed and additional funding sought. Now, fine, if it's extra funding, that's not an issue, but I would hate to see the current, we know it's a limited pot. I hate to see the current highways maintenance budget sort of used for the upkeep or the maintenance of the lines or whatever of CPE, when that should be coming out of the income that's being derived from the parking. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just have two quick questions for officers. The first one is that we were told that a tentative introduction date for CP was going to be October of last year. Do we have a tentative introduction date now? And the second question is, we do, my understanding is that we do have the liberty to set the parking fines at whatever level we wish. So can the officers answer those two questions, please?
Thank you, David.
Yeah, the timescales are set out in the paper. So the applications would be made to government, South Cambs first, Hunts and Fenland in the autumn. Implementation dates are set out as part of 1.5, which I'll just bear with me a second, May 2024, Fenland, and in Huntingdonshire, October 2024. And on the level of charge, Nicola, are we able to?
Yeah, the charges are set by legislation, so we can choose, there's two bands, and we have for the city chosen the highest bands.
If there is a shortfall, will we have the option of increasing those charges?
No, if we've chosen the higher bands, then that's as much as we can charge.
Will those bands increase in line with inflation or anything else?
I believe there are conversations going on currently.
With the government?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
Thank you. Do I have anybody else? No. Okay, brilliant. If we can bring this one to a close then, does anybody have any objection to this, or can I take it by Afam? Oh,
Chairman, just to say that I'm going to support the recommendation, because the recommendation is about delegating to the county council responsibility for applying for the CPE, and it doesn't mention this strange arrangements, which I know Councillor Sharp, like myself, found some difficulty in terms of the GCP's involvement. So I'm happy to accept the recommendation as it stands, but I just want to make that point. It doesn't mention that special arrangement in the with the county council.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. I have similar issues with it. I'll go with the recommendation, but I have issues about the way it's funded. But
okay. I think a lot of that funding was set out in the last paper as well, but let's take it for now as we are then. Okay, so I take that by affirmation that we're all on board with that. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So item 9 on the agenda, we are motoring now, is a report that presents a commuted sums policy for Cambridgeshire, and John Munslow, Mike Atkins, will be Assistant Highways Asset Manager, will be joining us by Zoom to take us through the report. Over to you, Mike. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can I just check that I'm audible? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So this report seeks approval for a commuted sums policy and 2 associated supporting documents, those being the Highways State Road Construction Specification, the so-called HERCS, and the General Principles for Development. In this context, when I'm referring to commuted sums, I'm talking about monies that might be collected by the council to offset the future maintenance costs of new highway infrastructure for which the authority becomes responsible. Just to emphasise that this policy is concerned with collecting commuted sums from developers. Obviously, the combined authority and GCP do construct highways infrastructure, but the legal and constitutional positions of those bodies are very different from that associated with developers. And also CPCA and GCP are often constructing transport infrastructure that aligns very closely with the council's priorities. So any discussions with the GCP and combined authority regarding commuted sums would really need to be had in the light of those differences. It's proposed to only collect commuted sums from developers where they construct non-standard highway infrastructure, and standard highway infrastructure will be deemed to be that which is in accordance with the HERCS and the General Principles for Development, i.e. the 2 associated documents for this report. The vast majority of sums collected is proposed to be based upon the replacement cost of the infrastructure and how long that infrastructure will last before it needs to be replaced. Absolute sums will be collected for a small number of items that's based upon national best practice. And the policy does make provision for the council to exercise discretion regarding whether it wishes to collect commuted sums in all instances. That will just help ensure that developments which align very closely with the council's priorities are not discouraged by the imposition of sums. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. We have one question again there, which is from CamCycle, but I think Roxanne's left us. Dan, are you able to read it for us?
Yeah. In the Housing Estate Road Construction Specification for January 2023, requirements for crossings do not seem to acknowledge the changes to the Highway Code which came into force in January 2022. needs to be made clearer that those walking and cycling should be prioritised above vehicular access, and designs, for example, Copenhagen crossings or continuous footways, should be highlighted as a side road design in preference to the use of drop curbs. Council would like to ask why policies for new developments not already being made consistent with the active travel strategy LTM 120 and the County Council's wider transport aims.
Thank you very much. I suggest we send an answer to that one in due course since they're not here. Right, on to the debate and question. Members, Councillor Sharp, you indicated you wanted to go first.
Thank you, Chair. I've got no real issues with the paper. It was just one question's come out of what Mike just said, actually. And knowing some of the work that the GCP is doing at the moment, and obviously going to be doing in the future, it just got me thinking when he mentioned about the maintenance costs of some of those. I just wondered how that, and it may not be an answer for today, but how that is going to work in, because obviously some of that is we're going to end up with higher maintenance costs, which obviously with a tight budget, we need every penny we can get.
Yeah, conversations are going on with the GCP about that. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. Not only do I not have any issues with it, I welcome this policy. I think it's overdue. In fact, I'm surprised it wasn't already in place, but maybe I wasn't keeping an eye on the ball either. But it makes sense because, as we know, and I think that's what Mike was indicating, that well, you can't compel all developers to enter into Section 38 agreements, is where we adopt the highway or land post or whatever. The very fact that they're able to do that and we don't get sufficient funding out of the government, since they just work on some funny formula, which I don't understand, but it's on miles of road or something, then I welcome this and say that it's overdue to have a policy which everybody, including developers, will understand is to be welcome. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Councillor Maguire's comments, and I think we ought to just record our thanks to the huge amount of work that officers have clearly put into this. It's basically everything you wanted to know about roadway construction, but we're afraid to ask. And but I think, you know, that the same goes for all of the papers we've had today. They've been very well prepared and comprehensive, and so well done, officers.
I would agree, Councillor King. The 900 pages was quite a large agenda today, but there's a lot of very interesting stuff in there when you read through it. And having read through it all 3 times, I can assure you that it's also very good bedtime reading. Does anybody else have anything on this one? Councillor Shaler.
A very brief point, I hope, with regards to greenways, and you know, we are talking with GCP, obviously. When it comes to standard and the kind of highways infrastructure that we are likely to adopt, it would be a problem if it was an inhibition to adopting new lighting, for instance, for greenways. And this is a piece of technology that is developing very quickly. So it's just a little question to officers about how do we, can we update our highways operational standards in such a way that it keeps pace with technology, and so we have the badge of innovation, if you like.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shaler. I'm sure, oh, sorry, do you want to answer that, John?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're going to hear a paper on highways operational standards in a moment, and we review those standards year on year, and we ensure that we look at any new legislation, any new developments that come along, so we can ensure that greenways, cycleways, active travel are supported through our maintenance and our standards of delivery.
Thank you very much. Yes, innovation in general is so important within our administration. Right, do I have anybody else, or can we? Yep, no dissent. Can I take it by affirmation that we all agree on this one? Brilliant. Thank you very much. So then we move on to item 10. We are getting through them here. Is the, as John just alluded to, the Highways Operational Standards report, which goes hand in hand with the previous one. And I believe Mike Atkins, Highways Asset Manager, who's on Zoom, will take us through it again. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. So this report seeks the committee's approval for 9 amendments to the County Council's Highway Operational Standards document, the so-called HOS By way of background, it just sets out that the HOS is part of a suite of highway asset management documents that we have, and that the asset management approach, the preventative approach to highways maintenance, aligns closely with national best practice and central government policy. The report also just outlines that some of the capital funding that the council receives from the Department for Transport for highway maintenance is based upon the extent to which we can demonstrate sound asset management. That funding has been via the government's incentive fund. It was about 2.1 million this financial year, and it's anticipated that that funding mechanism will continue for the financial year 23-24. Very briefly on the proposed updates, there are 9 of them, but just very briefly. The first one is about changes to road condition surveys, making greater use of high definition imagery and videos. There's a proposed more risk-based approach to weed killing. There's a revised policy for roadside memorials, basically involving more liaison with police family liaison officers, bereaved families, such that we can have a consistent and more sensitive approach. There's a couple of bits of tidying up. This committee approved a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit policy at its meeting in December 22, so that those changes have been reflected in the HOS, and the references to commuted sums have been removed because the committee has just considered a report on commuted sums just to ensure consistency of documents. There's a process whereby applications to amend the county's records of rights of way are prioritised for processing. A process for considering requests to change the surfaces of rights of way. There are changes to ensure that the needs of biodiversity are properly considered when council receives applications to plant trees, shrubs and the like within the highway. And finally, there's a minor amendment to the skid resistance policy to reflect the changes in the road condition surveys that I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. We have another camp cycle question. Dan, are you able to read that one for us?
So camp cycle welcomes the move to introduce an authorization process for the change of surface to public rights of way. It is extremely important there is a consistent approach to this across the county, that any routes which are intended for utility cycling in line with the new active travel strategy are constructed with smooth, even, hard, all-weather materials with proper drainage following LTN 120 guidance in order to ensure fair access for people of all abilities. We note the County Council gained government funding via the Combined Authority in January 2023, of which part we used for officer training on LTN 120 and the creation of a new active travel centre of excellence. We'd like to ask if LTN 120 could be included as a reference document in the collation of information form, and could the Centre of Excellence be included as an official consultee. We'd also like to note that there is a lot to read in the HOS document, but we hope changes can be made in the coming years in line with developing transport policy. For example, point 22, parklets should be more clearly encouraged as a way to support sustainable and livable communities. Point 23, Copenhagen crossings or continuous footway design should be included in the list. Point 25, cycle stands should be encouraged on the highway rather than on footways in order to maintain space for pedestrians and increase accessibility for all types of rider and cycle. Lambeth Council has recently published an ambitious curbside strategy, which we would urge Cambridgeshire to produce something similar to guide future policy.
Thank you very much, Dan. I think there's some sensible suggestions in there, but I think we can give a written response in due course. Brilliant. So do I have any member comments or debate on this? How do I know it'd be Councillor King to start off?
Thank you. Thank you, Simon. So for me, out of the 9 changes, Mike, I think that, you know, the highway and footpath scanning or assessment, or what, probably not using the right terminology. I don't know whether this is GAST. If it's possible for us as members to have a bit of a tutorial on its capability and plans, because potentially this is a big step forward for us in the county. And our residents are very curious. Obviously, until this point, we've not been really in a position to talk about it. But certainly as a member, I would like to know more about its capability, what it will deliver to us. So that would be nice to have over the next few months. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Indeed, you are right. I've been talking a lot about this case and the capabilities we offer, not just within highways, I believe, but across our organisation. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think that that's a good suggestion of Councillor MacDonald's, and I'd like to go slightly further and see whether it would be possible to prepare a YouTube video that parish councils could access to see how this assessment system for the roads is going to work, because those of us who have parish councils will know that this is a major concern about roadway maintenance. This is a request, Mike, about verges. I'm very happy with the proposal to be more sensitive about memorials, but there's a long-standing issue that, again, Councillor MacDonald and I have talked about in the past and agreed about, and that is encroachment upon the verges. Now, currently, there's a very lengthy, drawn-out process for getting irresponsible landowners to do something about this. And in some cases, this encroachment can actually damage our highways. Councillor Corning, I know, wanted to raise a point about in his area where there are some large conifers growing on the verge, planted by the landowner, the adjacent landowner, that actually are damaging our road, because obviously they suck up a lot of moisture and the road subsides. So it is a maintenance issue as well. But there's also an issue about obstructing the highway. And again, in my division, I have that case, so I won't go into it, but we all have this experience that hedges encroach, and it's such a lengthy process to get anything done. And if we do have to go in and do it, we then send a bill to the landowner who 9 times out of 10 doesn't pay. And I would like to see the figures about how many bills actually get settled. I suspect almost none. And I have suggested in the past that we ought to just put a charge on the property. And if people are threatened with that, I think that will concentrate their minds, because these are irresponsible people who are damaging our assets. So I think, Mike, if I could say that I think talking about verges, we need to be much more robust about protecting our interests and the interests of the county council taxpayers.
Thank you, Councillor King. I have to admit, I agree with what you were saying about verges. I think that is separate to this document. It is another update to the HOS that needs to come at some point. Unfortunately, we have an awful lot of other very good updates to the HOS that need to be done and quite limited officer time. But I'm happy to take that away with Alan, and when we look at agenda setting as to when that might come in. But I do understand it is a problem and something that does need to be investigated at some point.
I would appreciate that, Chair, because I first raised this with Councillor MacDonald, over 4 years ago, and it just seems to have just drifted, and
it is not drifted, but as I'm sure you are aware, there are many competing priorities within our officer time, and unfortunately only limited hours in the day.
If I could just say, Chair, yes, and that's part of my point, because this is such a lengthy and time-consuming process for our overworked LHOs, that if we can expedite it, streamline the system, it's actually going to save a huge amount of officer time. So I think this is a real priority.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Sharp. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mike, for the paper. I welcome the very sensitive area of memorials, because it's a very sensitive area, and thanks for the extra wording on that, because I think we all appreciate the balance between keeping the road safe for road users, but whilst respecting the wishes and the sadness of relatives. My point is more about, and I think this is for a future one, if we can flag it up, is around on page 660, because I've got I've got 11 parish councils, and a lot of those, certainly I've got one going on at the moment where they're doing not an LHI, they're actually paying for, and we're having great issues getting a 30-mile-an-hour extended because of the number of, or not so many dwellings along that road. And that, yet obviously I'm right on the Suffolk border, and I look at Suffolk and I think, oh, sometimes they're getting 30s where I'm being told in Cambridgeshire we can't have it. And I was up in Norfolk for a couple of days before Christmas, and I was going through places thinking, oh, this with 30-mile-an-hour zones, and thinking, oh, I probably wouldn't get this through in Cambridge. So I would welcome a debate on that, because I have probably most of my villages are looking to either get buffer zones or extend the 30-mile-an-hour to capture new houses. So thank you, but broadly I welcome the changes.
David has an answer for you on that one.
Yeah, we've got a paper on speed strategy coming to July of this committee.
Okay, thanks, David.
And that will include buffer zones as well as some of the other general points you've raised.
I should say as well that that is one of the things I think we can be very happy with in this update to the Hofstad. 24-mile-an-hour mean speed was causing so many problems for so many different groups. So it's one of the things I'm very happy that we have managed to make the change. And I think you're right in general with 30 miles an hour as well, that just allowing our residents to be successful with those where sensible really does help. Does anybody else have anything? Sorry, Councillor Maguire.
Sorry, Chairman, I thought you'd seen indication. I generally welcome the operating standards. I think it's, it's a dynamic document, and it's, and it has to be generally welcomed. One of the areas that's been touched on, and David mentioned it in his introduction, is the point made on 2.6 with regard to weed killing standards. And when I look at the actual document itself, and it says that, and it's been deleted, certain parts have been deleted where they had normal regular weed killing to make it a targeted approach at agreed locations. It's the agreed locations and the targeted approach. I'd hate to think that as a result of this change, I'm going to get being inundated in due course with loads of emails complaining about areas where we seem to have more grass than concrete or tarmac. Because it's no longer on a routine 2 or 3 times a year or whatever they were doing with it, and it's now targeted. So I suppose really my concern and my question would be to who's going to determine the targets and how soon are we going to see these targeted approaches. As I say, otherwise I welcome the document, but I do have doubts on that.
Weed killing is a difficult subject. I'm going to hand over to John in a second, but in general, it's a difficult one, as we know that glucose phosphates, how much they damage the environment and what they do and the damage that they cause, but it is a very difficult issue. John, do you want to answer that more fully?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, as you say, one of the objectives of the change is to reduce reliance on chemicals, to reduce weeds in the highway. We will be going through an extensive review process in the coming months, looking at where we have been carrying out cyclic weed killing and looking at where those areas of frequent visits are. So that's where we'll initially target other methods of removal. And we will also ensure that there is a published and detailed process for town and parish councils to follow to inform us of areas where weeds are starting to cause a hazard and concern. And that process will be communicated out to yourselves as well.
Thank you very much, John. Do I have anybody else? Councillor Shaler.
I just wanted to reassure Councillor King, especially about the ongoing conversations about cutting back vegetations. I very much am of the same school of thought, the very torturous process at the moment whereby there's an identification of an overgrown hedge, then we get leafleted, then we wait, and then come back with the equipment to cut it, and then we chase the landowner for a bill that doesn't even cover the cost of chasing the landowner for the bill. I would really like to see us leaflet everybody in the street so that you do everything at once while you have the equipment there, you leaflet it, and if people haven't dealt with it themselves, you cut it and go away. but that's a kind of an ongoing process at the moment. But be reassured that we are thinking about that, and also, of course, public rights of way. There's a lot of foliage cutting and going forward there as well. So this is one of these growth areas.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Shaler. As chair, I cannot be responsible for the puns on behalf of the vice chair. Can I move forwards and take this by affirmation that we agree with this one? Brilliant. Okay, so that was item 10, which is the highways operational standards. So we now come on to item 11, which is the highways maintenance capital program report. And I believe Mike again will take us through that via Zoom. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. This report seeks the committee's approval for a 2-year programme of capital highway maintenance schemes and the commissioning of those schemes via existing contracts that the council has that have previously been subject to formal procurement procedures. The report also seeks the committee's approval to enable the service director, in consultation with chair, vice chair of this committee, to make minor amendments to the programme in accordance with the authority's approved asset management policies. And the committee is asked to note a more indicative programme for years 3 to 5. The report again emphasises the importance of the preventative asset management approach, and this forward programme of schemes is good evidence of the council's implementation of that approach. The programmes are developed using objective condition data and the assessment of rates of deterioration of highway assets, and that technical knowledge is then combined with information such as accident records, third-party claims, local knowledge, reports from members and the public when identifying and prioritising the schemes and then pulling the programmes together. The report for information provides some content on soil affected roads and the maintenance of those roads, which is a very significant challenge facing the county council. Some 38% of our roads are founded on peat type soil, and the unpredictable expansion and contraction of that soil causes roads to distort and crack. Officers are currently managing the safety of those roads, but we're seeking longer term solutions to the underlying issues, and work is underway with other Eastern Regional authorities to make a case to the Department for Transport for additional funding to enable these roads to be maintained appropriately in the medium to longer term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. So I don't think we have any questions on this one. I'm just before we open up to debate, I'm just going to say this particular item is very easy to become parochial very, very quickly. So if I can please implore members to try and talk about the overall paper rather than parochial issues and whether their road is up for treatment or not, that would be ideal. Okay, who do I have? Councillor Goff.
Okay, I'll try and not make this parochial, but I think Mike talked about soil affected roads. I think it's obviously a lot going on there in terms of longer term solutions, which paper talks about Highways and Transport Committee being kept informed of. Can I also sort of ask that the Highways and Transport Committee also keep an eye on and get updated on the short-term measures too as well to fix those, because there are clearly some very significant safety concerns which exist at the moment. Hope that wasn't so parochial.
No, that was nicely not parochial, although you are completely right there, and we saw the 40-foot bank recently is having to be closed because of emergency works due to those soil effects. So it's very worrying what that brings forwards. Do I have anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, Neil's said all that I was going, because I've got one of them in my ward, and I'm sure he has as well. So, yeah, I think we need to, if we can be kept abreast as a committee, whether it's through the highways, maybe through the Highways Improvement Board, I don't know, but certainly I think we need to, because it is a big issue that residents, you know, certainly the one I've got, and I'm sure members who've got them in that will get comments from residents, oh, what are you doing about that, blah, blah, blah. The other thing is, and again, I think it could be is taken offline, is in terms of, obviously got no issue with the proposed maintenance for the next 2 years, but obviously you're always going to get one where I think we've looked at it within the potholes group where you could repair a a sizable strip of road. It doesn't have to be a whole piece of road, but 20 or 30 meters will actually save a lot of money in terms of doing 10 or 12 potholes or being on the footway. So I think maybe a discussion would be welcome, and how we sort of maximize the money we've got to get as much out of it as we can. Thank you.
Totally agree, and us being most efficient is incredibly important to us and something we're always looking at. On these soil affected roads, yes, I totally agree. I've seen an update to that, and I believe the plan is to bring an update to John. Can you say when we're going to have that update?
Yeah, an update on the work to assess the soil affected roads and pick up that more urgent work that we're doing to manage safety on those roads. That will be produced very soon, and it will be available for members in April, early April.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. It is an incredibly important piece of work, and I think we're going to need help from all of us to get the money from government that we need to be able to address that one. It's going to be some large sums, unfortunately. Does anybody else have Councillor King? Sorry, you were on my list. And
thank you, Chair. Yes, two quick questions. First one is, I wouldn't call this really parochial. It's about the soil-based roads, many of which happen to be in Fenland. Will this improve the maintenance of those roads or not? That's the first question.
The work on the soil affected roads that we are doing is to assess what needs to be done to improve their condition. The work that we are able to afford to do, and in some cases have the materials technology to do, because it is a real challenge the way those roads move, won't add significant longevity to the life of those roads. It is more about keeping them safe and keeping them as open as we can for people to use. And those discussions on a regional basis and with DFT are seeking that support for the funding for those long-term solutions, but also the investigation into innovation to provide the technical side of things, so we can get some reliability over extending the life of those roads, rather than this constant fix and then 2 or 3 years we're back in doing a very similar thing.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John, for that, as always, very comprehensive answer. Second question, Chair, is about potholes. Do we actually monitor how often we have to go back and fix the same pothole?
Yes, we do. Our current asset management system doesn't support the level of granularity that I think we would like. Well, that certainly that we would like. We are in the procurement process of a new asset management system, and one of the areas where that will provide improvement is over that understanding what we fix where, when we go back, did we go back next to it? So it will give us that greater information that we can then use to manage the quality of the service that we deliver.
can I just follow on that as well to say, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the KPIs we have with our term service provider is how frequently they end up refixing the same hole where things fail. So that is obviously monitored. What we are perhaps slightly lacking is looking at how often we go back to the same area to fill the same kind of collection of holes. And that's something that we very much are looking at trying to improve.
Chair, thank you. And thank you again, John.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly coming back in. Certainly in my 11 parish councils, that's probably the biggest issue, is about the refixing of potholes. So I welcome what John was saying in terms of, you know, it will certainly make my inbox and the ear bashing I get at parish council a lot less if we do it once and it works first time. But yeah, I don't know, other members may have the same issues, but certainly that's probably one of the biggest moans I get.
It is a big moan. One thing I would say is, so our KPI on that one, I believe I'm allowed to say this, is 2% of expected proper fixes are allowed to fail. But obviously I think that's a pretty reasonable figure. I don't think we can ask for a huge amount of improvement over that. However, what we have to be aware of is some of these are where we are doing very quick fixes for public safety, where they are not included within that 2%. And I don't think any of us would argue that where we need to, for public safety, do something quickly, even though we know it might fail, that is not required. The other thing to bear in mind is we fix 60,000 potholes a year. So 2% of that is still a lot of potholes going wrong. So there is a slight numbers game here that when we are fixing, at the moment, I believe something like 1,500 potholes a week, that 2% still allows quite a few to fail, even though I think an average sensible person would say a 2% failure rate is probably fairly good for the work that is being done. So there are some issues there with that. And I think we do have to give credit to our service provider for the sheer volume that they do under really quite difficult circumstances sometimes, even though we know that does still, just for pure numbers, add up to quite a few, not being proper fixes as well. But does anybody else have anything on that? Councillor Maguire, you want to come in?
I just wanted to make a comment.
The pothole.
I just wanted to make a comment. Aren't you fortuitous that Councillor Milne's gone? You mentioned potholes.
Potholes is that parochial issue. I had an East Area Committee meeting last night and all they wanted to talk about was potholes. So I'm sure it's something we all get all the time and is obviously really actually quite important. I mean, it does affect people in their lives. I know people that have, from active travel users that have broken bones due to it, through to car drivers that have broken wheels and lost their transport. It is an incredibly important emotive issue, but it is also a challenge. And in particular, given the weather that we had before Christmas, it did lead to some serious issues. I don't want to go on about that too much though, because I know we can all talk about potholes for 3 hours if we're allowed to. So does anybody else have anything on this, or can I take it by affirmation that we're okay with it? Brilliant. John, can I ask, with the soil affected roads, I think it is a really area of importance to everyone. So I think once we get some further clarity, it might even be worth having a member group briefing for this one, or a bite-sized briefing on the work that is being done on those soil affected roads, where we get to a point where that's, far enough progressed, because I think everyone here is very interested in that and the large amount of work that's required. But so adding that to the record, can I take it by affirmation that we all agree with this one? Brilliant. Thank you very much. So I believe we are on to item 12 now. Are we on to 12? Which is the integrated transport block funding. So this is the ITB block funding, and Jeremy Smith is going to take us through that one. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies from Kat in my team, who eventually had to go and pick up her child from school. She hung on as long as she could, but yes.
Given that I have to go pick up mine at some point soon, let's go.
I will try and hurry through. This paper in front of you covers 3 particular issues. The first of which is the integrated transport block funding allocation for 2023-24. I think members will be aware that historically we received the integrated transport block direct from government, but since the combined authority is formed, it comes to us via them. It is currently at a level of £3.215 million a year, which is used for relatively small scale integrated transport improvements. The programmes funded by the LTB are listed in the report and include, for example, allocations for local highway initiatives and road safety improvements. A particular programme we draw attention to is the Developing Transport Strategy Aims programme, which last year committee approved spending on this programme for feasibility and scheme development, and many of the schemes that are now in front of you for that programme are schemes that have come forward as a result of that development funding. I would note also that some schemes that might have come forward from that funding source have actually been picked up by the Transforming Cities Fund. Therefore, there's been quite a lot of movement in the programme in developing it. So that programme is set out in Appendix 1 of the report, and we're asking you to review and approve the allocation suggested. The second item in the report reflects the 20-mile-an-hour speed reduction programme, of which there's an allocation of 150,000 from the integrated transport block, but we particularly wanted to draw attention to the 800,000 that's been allocated from the Combined Authorities Transforming Cities Fund programme, and how we intend to spend that money, which, given that it has effectively a year's time frame on the spending of that funding, and in quantum it is about 5 times as much as the Integrated Transport Block Programme, officers do not consider that the bottom-up approach we're taking with the Integrated Transport Block money could actually deliver £800,000 worth of additional 20-mile-an-hour zones works in the year. So we're proposing a top-down approach with that funding, and the programme for that is set out in Appendix 2. And finally, as part of the Integrated Transport Block and also the work of my team, following on from the Huntingdonshire strategy and the Fenland strategy work, it is proposed to commence work on the East Cambridgeshire strategy and the review of the Cambridge and South Cambs strategy this financial year. And we're seeking, well, I think we've mentioned this to you before at committee, but we're seeking nominations for member steering groups for those strategy development pieces of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Yes, it's really brilliant to see those. And I'm sure we'll have lots of interest on the transport strategies and on the 20-mile-an-hour programmes. Really good bits of work being done there. We have 2 questions. We've got Councillor Ed Murphy and Councillor Claire Daunton. I think Councillor Murphy is being read by you, Dan.
That's right, Chair. And as follows. I welcome the active travel strategy proposals before the committee today and believe they will deliver improvements for walking and cycling, modal shift, safety and carbon reduction, certainly for all the villages in Bar Hill Division, as well as across Cambridgeshire. I'd like to highlight the importance of these active travel proposals for Bar Hill in particular, a path. Sorry, I've lost my place now. A path around the perimeter for road cycling or walking would be welcomed by residents. This is something which they support strongly and have called for over the years. Such a path would have a transformational impact on Bar Hill. It would encourage more trips by foot or cycle, but it would also provide other benefits for improving health and would have important practical consequences, such as making the nature reserve more accessible. Many residents established a walking habit during the pandemic and are keen to keep it up, but have found the return of traffic makes it unsafe and unpleasant. Modal shift, increasing cycling and walking is particularly important for Bar Hill, as it is a purpose-built village developed in the 1950s and with car dependency designed in. There are footpaths connecting the internal roads, but around the outside the perimeter road traffic travels very fast. The presence of a Tesco anchor store in the centre creates particularly heavy traffic along a section of the perimeter road. It is startling but common to see people walking, jogging, and even pushing pushchairs directly on the perimeter road, with traffic whizzing past them. This situation does not feel safe or conducive to modal shift, improved health, or reducing carbon emissions. Another major benefit of creating a path around the perimeter of the road will help create a link in what would otherwise be a connectivity gap in the South Cambs active travel map. It creates NMU links from Longstanton, North Stowe to the northeast of Bar Hill and the perimeter path to Drayton, Cambridge. Bar Hill has industry and offers significant employment, so enabling local residents to have direct NMU connections will help commuter traffic too. It will be important to incorporate the Bar Hill path in the South Cambs transport plan when it is developed, and hope that it will be supported by the committee in due course. Hope you support these proposals in full today.
Thank you, Dan. And yes, having walked around Bar Hill, I know how important that is to some of their residents. So I'm very happy for us to consider that as part of our transport strategy when that comes up. I'm sure it will be considered amongst all the other really good projects that we have, but very important to have those. Councillor Daunton, I believe, is joining us on Zoom. Do you want to ask your question, Councillor Daunton?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good, thank you, and thank you for allowing me to ask my question. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Active Travel team and to all those who've heard speak earlier in the meeting. And I'm not going to be parochial about some of my parishes in the Forgotten East, where we have no footpath, no bus service to speak of, and no cycle path. So as you can imagine, the discussion on active travel earlier in the meeting was of great interest to me. My question really is a very simple one. if we have either in my patch or in other patches, if there is a quick win, if there is somewhere where a small intervention is going to make a big difference, where do we go with that? Where do we take that? Do we take it to one of the funding that's mentioned, one of the funding streams that's mentioned in this paper, or do we take it somewhere else? I see, for example, in this paper, in Appendix 1, under a district called County-wide, funding is for minor ad hoc improvements for walking, cycling, bus stops. Precise improvements are identified during the year as needs arise. So my question really is a very general one. Where do we go with the quick wins?
Thank you very much, Councillor Daunton, and it is good to see other councillors being involved with all of their issues. Jeremy, do you want to answer that one?
Yes, I'll start, and it may be that Michael Williams or David wants to chip in at some point. But I think there's probably 2 or 3 routes that in the first instance you can consider. First of all, I think discussing with local highways officers, if there's a particular issue that might be appropriate for actually somebody just to go out and sort is one approach, or particularly if there's something of a relatively small scale that might benefit from a local highway improvement scheme, that can then be discussed with the local highways officers and the parishes. You or the parishes can work with them to work up bids for funding from that source. If there are things that are of larger scale, then actually I think probably, by all means go through the local highways officers, but I'd also say that transport strategy officers in my team are well placed to, advise on potential funding routes. I think probably quick win, to me, the definition of quick win is probably hundreds or low thousands rather than tens of thousands. So I think there's an awful lot of schemes that, unless there's a really screaming urgency to it, will probably just need to be considered by local highways officers and strategy team, and then brought into strategies as they're developed. There's a particular opportunity in the immediate future with the review of the East Cambs strategy and the Greater Cambridge strategy coming on, but I think also the process that's been touched on earlier with the annual review of the Huntingdonshire and Fenland strategies and the active travel strategy, and then in future with the other 2 strategies as they come online, will allow for a regular consideration of those sorts of issues as they come up. So I think in terms of very quick wins, I think probably the local highways officers are probably the obvious first point of contact. But beyond that, I think officers in Michael's team and my team are more than happy to discuss and advise.
Thank you very much there. And I'm hoping that you can chat to Councillor Daunton offline as to whether there's any particular schemes in her area that might want to be considered as part of the Greater Cambridge Transport Strategy. I'm sure there will be many councillors with many schemes that want to be included within that, or at least analysed within part of that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. So that's public questions on that one. Debate and question. Councillor King, over to you.
I wouldn't want to disappoint you, Chair. Jeremy, a couple of quick questions. First one is Appendix 2, proposed 20-mile-per-hour speed scheme locations. What period of time does that relate to?
The funding from the Transforming Cities Fund is funding from the Combined Authority that needs to be spent in the coming financial year. So it is to be spent by March 2024. The integrated transport block allocation of 150,000 is also for the same financial year.
So my follow-on question is, how does this fit in with the 20-mile-per-hour LHIs that the application window ran from February to April of this year?
I'd hesitate to comment on detail unless Michael has got information to hand. But I would understand that Michael's team will be managing any issues that occur with that, and hopefully the fact there's more funding available means there's more flexibility, and I think Michael's going to come in.
Yeah, we're focusing on the funding, obviously that's constrained by next financial year, so we'll be focusing on those areas to spend that money. The applications for the LHI process were exactly the same as they were before, just they're coming out of a different funding pot, so they'll be prioritised exactly the same way as they would otherwise have been before.
Just to be clear, so there will be funding for LHI 20-mile-per-hour schemes for this application period from February to April.
Yes.
No, right.
I think. Mac, do you want to come in?
My question's similar, so I just wondered if it give the opportunity for the officers to combine the two, because it's a similar. It's not actually when the allocation is, but if I draw members' attention to the integrated transport block budget headings, where it shows, and this is 2.1, where it shows LHI having 620k in the budget. I'm a bit puzzled by the note there that says that there is a further 200k of the County Council's own fund for this programme. But my understanding was that the 20-mile-an-hour funding, and this is something we'd agreed previously, was coming largely from the what did you call it, the city transforming city fund, plus
So
the
Matt, there's two
DGSA.
different forms of, so there's the 600,000 of standard LHI money plus
LHI,
200,000 of us, which is 800,000 of LHI funding. We then, with the 20 miles an hour, have two different programs going on. We have the 800,000 from the Transforming Cities Fund, which came from the Combined Authority. That's for the top-down market towns approach. So those are the ones where we have a year to spend it. There are very, very tight timelines. So therefore, what we've looked at is the places where it can get the most benefit in the quickest amount of time. So those are quite urban areas, basically, because that's where we can spend that money quickly. And there's a list in there. It includes a lot of our market towns within Fenland, East Cambs, everywhere else. Then there is the 150,000, which is the bottom up approach, which has come out of, I forget exactly which fund it came out of, but one of the other funds within ours. That is separate to LHIs. It's the one that the applications are open for at the moment. And that is where anybody across the county can apply. It needs to have the support of their local county councillor, but anyone from across the county can apply. Those will then get graded, scored, and the highest rated ones will get done. And then the rest will be carried through to next year where we have another budget for it. Does that answer your questions?
I don't know if it does for Councillor King. It partly answers mine, but I'm just want to confirm that what we'd agreed that the LHI, the total amount in the LHI, is not adversely affected by the introduction of the 20-mile-an-hour thing. That's the important point for me.
Those are separate pots of money.
And thank you, Chair. That answers my question. But I just wondered. I see, Wisbech has allocated 62,000. How were the schemes prioritised in Wisbech? Because as one of the county councillors, I don't recall being consulted about this at all. Were any county councillors consulted?
So we're in the process of consulting county councillors. I think I'm right in saying that. None of this has been 100% agreed to be rolled out yet. It is on a very tight timeline. We have a year. So it was draw up the schemes. We will be consulting if you have not already been consulted with before any scheme is rolled out in your areas. All of these will need the consent of their county councillors for that area.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jeremy.
Councillor Shays, do you want to?
Yeah, I could add that we were always anticipating that we had a lot more desire than we had money to pay for. And so given that we have more money now, we can just move through that list more quickly. The current scheme is analogous to the LHI, but it means that you don't have to go through the LHI system to get 20-mile-an-hour zone, which should free the LHI system up to allow more projects to proceed there. The current 20-mile-an-hour, I think it goes till April 28th off the top of my head, the current one.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many things going on around this. I know it does get a little bit confusing. We basically, as administration, prioritized 20 miles an hour and knew how important it was to our residents. So therefore, we started off with the bottom-up kind of money that we had. Then an opportunity became available for a larger pot of Transforming Cities funding, and we thought that was a very, very good use of it. But that's obviously come with certain other strings of times that needs to be spent within. So therefore, requires a slightly different process. Mac or
Sorry, just very quickly, I
Councillor
just
Gardner.
want to, something that the Vice Chairman said. Can I make sure we don't get confused when you talk about 20-mile-an-hour zones as opposed to 20-mile-an-hour schemes? we are talking about ski. They can be different because, you know, you can have a zone hall, whereas you can have just 1 or 2 streets. I think it's more, I understood it to be schemes rather than just zones.
Yeah, so when we look at the top-down large market town areas, they're probably more likely to be zones because we're trying to do it on a large area to get the maximum benefit for the money as quickly as we can. But there is nothing to stop 20-mile-an-hour schemes as well. It's, yes, you're right, they're slightly analogous with each other. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I just want a slight bit of clarification on what you said. So if, because mine's a total rural area, so if one of my villages puts in an application for a 20-mile-an-hour scheme, but it's not successful in this round, will that village need to resubmit or will it not?
The plan is that they will be carried forwards. They will be rated according to the scoring criteria that we worked out within the member working group. Now, some of those might score so lowly that we take them off because fundamentally it's not going to happen for whatever reason, and go back to work with the scheme, you know, proposer to make something that might be better going forwards. But otherwise, then yes, they would be carried forwards. There might be some opportunity, as say, with some of them to work on them to improve them if need be. But yes, the idea is that we have a list that we work our way down basically and carry on going. Councillor Coates.
10 seconds of cheaty parochial stuff. I'm just very delighted that although it doesn't appear on the list, a scheme is under development for Ely for a 20-mile-an-hour zone, and it has achieved full support of the local city council. Thank you.
We know how much Ely is appreciating 20 miles an hour and are very keen to get it rolled out and very happy to see that coming forwards. Right, members, sorry, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be quick. Yes, I broadly welcome this, but and I've mentioned it before, obviously 3.2 million sounds a lot for the integrated block, but relatively it's not. And I've said it before that if we look at sort of the road safety scheme block, 600,000, a lot of these other schemes are also around road safety. So I think at some stage, personally, I'll come forward with something. I'd like to relook at that because it's all road safety, and maybe putting it into blocks hides it. And the second point is around 8.8 on page 835. And I know it may be difficult, but all of the scheme costs are to be confirmed, not just on 835, but further up. I know some may be difficult to get those right. But maybe we need to look at some of the schemes, and I'm not looking at any specific schemes where obviously a lot of it is just a development of a scheme, and it may be that we have to bite the bullet and say we can't afford to develop all of those schemes to a certain level, but we can afford to do 1 or 2 to fruition. So we may be again using our resources as efficiently as we can. So I understand officers, all of these are important schemes. But we maybe at some stage need to make a decision. Yeah, we can't do them all, but we can actually fund 2 of them rather than developing 6, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the current plan is that we can do them all. Obviously, if that becomes not the case, we will have to reanalyze. You make a really good point there about the amount of budget that is there. I mean, this covers a lot of different things. And if anyone wants to understand how highways funding works, it's kind of interesting to look at this because it easily breaks out where the different pots kind of fit in with different things and how they come in under there. In regards to road safety schemes, I believe that's separately called out because it's in relation to cluster sites. So it's ones where there is historical accidents and that those need special treatment, and they might not necessarily score as highly on some of our other schemes, but because they're cluster sites, it's something that we wouldn't want to go otherwise on. Does anyone else want to come in on this though, or are we good to go? Brilliant. Okay, can I take it by affirmation that we all agree with this? Yeah, okay, brilliant. It's great to see all of this work in the 20 miles an hour coming forwards, but thank you very much. Okay, item 13, I believe we're on to now, which is roundabout sponsorship, reprocurement. John Munslow, Assistant Director of Highways Maintenance, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This report seeks approval to procure a new provider for the management of advertising on roundabouts and highway assets. The Council's Highway Authority allows local businesses to sponsor roundabouts across the county. Local businesses pay a sum to place an agreed style sign on a roundabout to promote their business, and the fee paid goes towards the maintenance of those roundabouts and also supports the management costs of the scheme. The scheme is managed by a specialist provider under contract to us. The yearly value of the roundabout sponsorship scheme is around £270,000 a year. That's about £250,000 worth of maintenance, so grass cutting and tending and maintenance of roundabouts, plus around £25,000 a year income to the council. The current contract has come to its end, and this procurement will enable us to ensure that the scheme as it goes forward aligns and complies with our climate and nature recovery objectives, and also align any sponsors and the allowing of any potential businesses that they are in line with our new advertising policy. We also intend to take the opportunity to increase the scope of highway assets that can be sponsored. This will increase the opportunity for local businesses to promote themselves and also increase the value and benefit of the whole scheme to the council itself. The existing contract ends March 2024, and the new contract, if approved, will commence immediately after, so we'll have no break in the scheme. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, John. I think this one is fairly straightforward. We haven't got any questions on it. Does any members have anything they want to ask about roundabout sponsorship? Nope. I think the report is very good and very explanatory. So hopefully all members have read it and are very happy. Is everyone happy to vote on this one and happy to approve? Okay, I could take that by affirmation. We approved that one. Brilliant. Okay. Item 14 on the agenda is the H&T Corporate Performance Report. Rachel Hallam, Research Manager, will introduce, and I think Rachel's on Zoom. Yes, Rachel, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. This report supports the committee with its performance management role. It provides an update on the current status of the development of the selected key performance indicators, which track the performance of the services the committee oversees. The KPIs outlined in the report were agreed at committee in September of last year, and officers have been working on their development since. So this is an update today. The report is contextual information to support committee members in that kind of strategic overview of work towards those committee priorities. It is from information only and covers the period to the end of December last year. The data is in the associated appendix, and I just wanted to note at this point that the focus has been on developing the strategic key performance indicators which feature in the appendix, which are the subset of those key performance indicators that will get sent up and reported to Strategy and Resources Committee. The other KPIs that members may remember were agreed in September are still being developed. This is to be expected and is in line with the approach taken across other committees also. I draw your attention, there is one red indicator this quarter, indicator 43, which is the killed or seriously injured casualties. And as required, the responsible officers have therefore provided a more detailed commentary on that particular indicator, and specifically the following actions which are being put in place and are already in place by the service to work to improve that particular indicator. The committee are asked today to note the performance information and suggest further action where necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. We do not have any public questions on that one. I think you did a very good job there pointing out that the KSI indicator, and I think I can speak for all of us in saying how worrying that is when that indicator creeps into red. And it is definitely something that we need to have a good hard look at and work at reducing down. I think we all know that safety is at the core of everything that we do within highways, and it's an incredibly important, but in some ways it's very good that we have that indicator to really draw our attention to that. So that's very good. Members, do I have any? Okay, Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. So a couple of things. First of all, it still feels a bit uncomfortable, although John would maybe tell me it's in line with other counties that almost 10% of the A roads are in red category. I mean, in the B roads and others, not great. Also, I realized that when we were talking earlier about the highway scanning, that should give us an opportunity to, get on top of that a little bit more. So it's a concern, but an opportunity at the same time. On road safety, I mean, there are improvements, that's clear. Of course, all of us are looking and waiting for the potential improvements from a 20-mile-an-hour implementation, especially as we've got the Transforming Cities Fund as well, because really we need to see a step change in this. It's not good enough, I think, for all of us just to see it coming down gradually. We need it to come down dramatically. So once we get into or through our 20-mile-an-hour, obviously we'll continue to monitor this. That's a question I think we've got to ask ourselves. Is the 20-mile-an-hour implementation creating that step change? Hopefully it will. And if it doesn't, what other things should we be doing? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. I very much hope we see that step change to 20 miles an hour, but I also do think we should be looking at where else we can have those step changes. And I think we've all seen today the importance of active travel, all of those sorts of things in investigating where we have injuries and making sure that we put in place appropriate measures. So I had Councillor King, then Councillor Sharp.
Yes, very quick question, Chair. On the KPIs, when is it proposed to bring these next to the committee, please?
I believe it's quarterly, but I'll let Rachel or Sarah answer that one.
The next one will be July.
Brilliant, thank you very much.
And when they come back in July, will we have the ones that you're still working on or not?
The aim is to we've prioritised the 5 that need to go to strategy and resources, which are presented today, and then now we're working with officers to bring those when they are ready. So I envision that there'll be more, but I can't say whether there'll be a full set and at what point. But we'll aim to provide commentary in July on the update of each of those ones.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Just echoing what Councillor MacDonald said just now, in terms of road safety, we've got 2 issues, I think, as a county. One, the rural roads, where by and large it's speed, so it's vehicle against vehicle or vehicle against a hedge or a ditch or whatever. And then in the city or the towns, it's vehicle against a cyclist or against a pedestrian. The 20-mile-an-hour zones will help in the cities and towns. Obviously, in the rural areas, we've just got to obviously do as much as we can with the known black spots. But I think finally, a lot of it is also about driver education as well, because driving too fast with the conditions and things like that. So I think the more we can publicise and try to educate drivers, that will certainly hopefully bring down the number of accidents, and fatalities. That's all we can do, is just keep trying to reduce it.
Very good points, Councillor Sharp. Councillor Shaler.
Yeah, the Vision Zero, it points out that this is a multifactorial problem. There are things that are in our control and things that are not. If you speak to police traffic officers, they'll say that it's the number of officers that are available on the road that we're getting more speeding. I don't know if anybody else has noticed it. It feels more ugly out there than pre-COVID. People are not quite so courteous, but there are other things like availability of ambulances, how quickly we can get people to hospital, how crowded the accident and emergencies departments are. These all have an impact on the death rate. So it's something that we, as a transport authority, obviously take extremely seriously, and every single one of those injuries or deaths is a tragedy. And it's something that we really, really want to keep ahead of.
Thank you, Councillor Shaler. I think David Allett wants to come in.
Yeah, I'd echo all of that, and the more that we work together with our partners across every aspect of the road safety system, the better we can do. Just a couple of updates. We are advertising 2 posts in road safety. So we're advertising the road safety manager post and the Vision Zero partnership manager post presently. The other update I wanted to give is, as well as a speed strategy paper in July, we'll also be bringing the annual road safety schemes, which is how we recommend to use the road safety aspect of the ITB.
Thank you very much, David. Anybody else, or can we move to the vote? Can I take it by affirmation that we will agree to note this one? Thank you very much. Okay, so the next item is the Finance and Monitoring Report, item 15. Sarah Hayward, Strategic Finance Manager, will introduce it via Zoom. You, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. This is a finance monitoring report as at the end of January. On the revenue side, place and sustainability as a whole is forecasting a 214k overspend. And the report in front of you explains the main forecast variances. On the capital side, the capital programme variation, which is a budgeted slippage, has now been fully applied. And so there's an adjustment assuming further slippage. And paragraph 2.3 details the main changes in the capital variances. The report also has 2 specific recommendations. The first is relating to the fact that the council agreed to contribute £26 million over 25 years to the A14 improvements. And the payments were originally due to start in 2020-21. But the Department of Transport has only just notified us that they are going to be requesting the first year's payment this financial year. And so therefore, H&T committee is being asked to H&T committee is being asked to recommend to Strategy and Resources Committee that the budget's reprofiled to reflect this updated payment profile. And then also there's a confidential appendix attached to this report, which is proposing recommending to Strategy and Resources Committee a scheme to widen the guided busway is added to the Capital's business plan for 23-24. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sarah. As Sarah's pointed out, there is a confidential appendix on this one in relation to the guided busway. So if any members do want to discuss that, we will have to move into confidential session. I'm hoping we can avoid that due to how late it is in the day. But if anybody does want to discuss that, please let me know and we can move into confidential session there. If not, does any member have any questions or want to start the debate on this one? Councillor MacDonald.
Sorry, it's a small one, and it is a bit parochial, but it's more of understanding. On the carriageway and footway maintenance, the 720 variance regarding the 505, not necessarily now, and unless Sarah has it to hand, but maybe offline, just let me know from the original budget of 950k, how did it break down? Because I can't recall. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sarah, do you want to answer that now or do you want to take that away?
I'll take it away, thank you.
No problem. Anybody else? No? Okay, brilliant. Again, I'm not hearing any dissent, so can I take it by affirmation that we agree to this one? Brilliant, thank you very much. Item 16 is an update on resourcing provided by Sue, our Director of Highways and Transport. Sue, oh goodness, I've just realised that we missed a question from Roxanne on the Finance Monitoring Report. Dan, are we able to add that to the record and give her a answer? Of course, brilliant. Thank you. Sue, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So yes, so this report is a report that's following up from a similar report which was brought last March, which outlined some of the pressures and challenges that we were seeing across the highways and transport industry with regards to the access to people with the right skills who are wanting to come and work for the county council. At that point, we had a number of interim appointments and that report presented those details. This report is really just to reaffirm that those pressures are still existing. The industry hasn't seen a step change in the number of people available. But we have been making inroads both into our vacancies and into our interim appointments. So we've had some good successes in attracting new people to the county council, and one of them is sat over there. So Mike Williams was one of our latest appointments in the senior management structure of highways and transport. But also we've seen it through those teams, some of those key posts being filled by permanent appointments. We do still have 20 interim appointments helping to deliver some of our key projects and covering our key vacancies. Indeed, we've got some interims covering the vacancies that David was referring to on the road safety side as well. But we've seen that reduced from 31 from this time last year, and our interims cover about 6% of our posts, our total structure posts at the moment. We have, since at the request, I think Councillor Maguire, you requested that we did a benchmarking exercise which looked at how we compare to the wider market, both private and public. I would say from the public sector, we compare fairly favourably, but we do struggle with the private sector, which isn't unexpected. But that's not across all posts. Some posts we compare favourably. So from that piece of work, what we're taking forward now with our human resources colleagues is how can we overcome and do alternatives to actually help attract people to the organisation. And that's following through from quite a lot of the recruitment development work that we've done, which includes looking at the flexibility of roles. So we don't have to have people who work 9 to 5 on a Monday to Friday. We can employ people who work term time only. We can employ people who have more flexible needs, and it makes us a more inclusive employer as well in that process. We've also worked on developing progression schemes, both to attract people to the authority, but also retain those stars that we already have by creating a clearer pathway for their career development within the organisation. So that we've seen real practical examples of where that has given us a positive outcome. What we've also been able to develop over the last 12 months and get approved through full council is the development and implementation of a new apprenticeship programme, which will see 8 new civil engineering apprentices starting this calendar year. So hopefully recruiting over the next few months to be able to start the formal education training in September this year. But also by encouraging already existing members of staff to take opportunities through that apprenticeship programme as well, and also developing our learning and development programme to encourage people to progress through the organisation. So whilst it's still a challenge, we have made significant inroads into that, and I think that's probably where I'll leave it.
Thank you very much, Sue.
Thank you, Chair, and you'll be surprised that I'm coming back. I want to say thank you to Sue for the updates and on the benchmarking issue. I did take the opportunity at recent staffing and appeals to raise the same subject generally across the council, and certainly had support from HR and the chief executive on the idea. And I think at the end of the day, well, I'd say it is difficult, and we know some of the reasons you've explained them. So for those of us who would probably be pleased if the government were to cancel HS2, which might help us, given it's going so far over budget. I don't think it's worth it. Personally, that's a personal view. But if that is, but the fact that, you know, with in a market like ours that we're looking for, you know, we have to be competitive. We have to make it an attractive authority to work for, and that has been one of my aims. You know, it may be tough on Hertfordshire, maybe tough on Suffolk. Tough on them. That's their problem, if you like. But I think it's important that not only do we, as you say, talk about apprenticeships and training schemes and do everything to encourage people that are already working for us to stay with us, but to become competitive. And if that does mean that we do have to spend more on making packages attractive, then so be it. If that gets the job done, because employing agency staff is not a cost-effective way of delivering the services that we need to deliver. So thank you for the efforts on your part and to other officers involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Mac. And I think we can all say how sad we are that the apprentices program got paused for so long, because I think that's such a way to buy loyalty above money or anything else. So really glad to see that one restarting and looking at the ways that we can be competitive. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Well, just to prove that we Conservatives are a broad church, I strongly support HS2. And some of us remember the agonies cause over HS1, and how did we do without it? You know, so let's do it. HS2, full steam ahead. And that's an even worse pun, Neil.
Of course.
Is that all you've got?
No. I can get better than that. But I also think Sue's doing a great job recruiting people. But I do see the vacancy figures, and they're broadly similar to what they were before. So I think that we just have to learn to live with this and learn to live with interims. And I think we need to just budget for that, because they don't come cheap, but it's better than having the vacancies. So my strong feeling is that for the time being, certainly we just need to budget for those consultants interims, and let's get up to strength. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor MacDonald.
Oh, thanks, Chair. It's a slightly unfair question to Sue, I think, because I was going to ask about LHO status and recruitment. I know John's not here now. It would be good at a further committee if we had a bit of an update of where we are on that. I think we still have vacancies. And also, I know we were looking, I think, at apprenticeship programs also in the LHO area. Because obviously what Sue's detailed here, which is useful in terms of project delivery and the project managers, that's great. But the real people we have interface with, as you know, are LHO. Thank you.
Sue, do you want to come back?
Yeah, one of the things that I could have mentioned but didn't was the highway maintenance restructure review that's going on at the moment. And that's out to consultation, and that involves the outcome of the report that we did on the local highway officers themselves and the role that we wanted collectively for them to be delivering, and that's captured within that highway maintenance restructure programme. We do have, I think it's 3 or 4 vacancies in the LHOs at the moment, but the restructure is proposing that shape changes to include some more supervision within that process, so that the LHOs are better supported. So it's not just the number of LHOs, it's also the support mechanism around them. And that's what John has been picking up in that process. Yeah. And just to come back on Councillor King's comments about interims, it would be difficult for us to envisage a future without interims. What interims will provide us, even if we do fill the majority of our vacancies, is a flexibility of workforce that we either employ as an interim or as a consultant capacity to deal with that ebb and flow of that capital programme work or the maintenance programme work, where it doesn't make sense to bring full-time employees in, but we do need that capacity at times. So we will for the foreseeable future have a mixed economy. And I would say that some of our interims, most of our interims, are really good officers who are delivering really top-notch work, and we work with them all the time. You all engage with them through the project boards and through the LHI programs and things like that. So they are a very valuable resource, and we do recognise that.
Yeah, just to say, I'm really pleased to hear that, Sue. And certainly my interaction with interims has been really positive. So very much endorse that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. 3 very quick points. 2 have really been covered. One I was going to mention was about Sue's just answered about the 20% vacancies, and from the sounds of it, it's not detracting from our desires to get the performance out there, you know, the actual desired results. That sounds great. Second thing, touching on Councillor MacDonald's about the highway maintenance restructure, it would be helpful if there's going to be any changes to how we, you know, to the roles that the LHOs currently do, because I'm sure all of us deal with the LHOs a hell of a lot. That would be useful to just to get an idea of what you know, changes there are, so we can. And the third point, again, for some future thing, I'd be very intrigued by the 6 consultants employed on road safety audits. Judging what we've just been talking about road safety just now, at some stage, not now, but some sort of indication of how that sort of, obviously, hopefully it helps us with road safety, and how that works would be very useful, whether that's at the Highways Improvement Board or something like that, or for this full committee, but not for now. But
I'd just quickly say that that extra road safety audit support's just coming to the end of this financial year, and we have a full complement of road safety auditors in place. But yeah, clearly such an important aspect of our road safety endeavours.
I know we have a series of members bite-sized briefings, so maybe we can add that as an idea of how we do road safety as perhaps a briefing for members as well, for us all to understand.
Just coming, but that's the sort of thing I'm thinking of. It would be useful to understand that. Thank you.
Brilliant. Anybody else? Councillor Gardner.
The chair. Just a very quick question. Could you just, so it was a very good report. Could you give me an update on how you're trying to fill all the vacancies with regard to rights of way officers? Because I know in my division, I'm sorry to be a bit slightly parochial, but I get quite a lot of parishes saying to me, you know, how are we getting on with the filling of that particular post?
Yeah, and the public rights of way officers are part of the highway maintenance restructure. So when we've got the outcome of the consultation, we will be pushing forward on all of the recruitment associated with highway maintenance.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No? Brilliant. Not getting any dissent in the room, am I? Okay, right, so we can pass that by affirmation. Final item on the agenda today is the agenda plan and appointments. Democratic Services Manager will take us through the agenda plan.
I've nothing further to add to it, Chair.
Say again, sorry. Oh, brilliant. Okay, perfect. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Maguire.
You weren't going to get away with this, Chairman.
No, absolutely.
Chairman, I'm just looking at the time. It's 4:01. This meeting's been going on since 10 o'clock this morning, notwithstanding the entertainment part of it. The audience is now gone largely, but it's been a long day. I'm one of those who objected at the start of this council to the changes that were made effectively to the calendar events. We have a reserve date shown here as on the 25th of April. Today we've had a huge agenda. So again, whilst I honestly expected to fall on deaf ears, my appeal to the Joint Administration, and I'm assuming you have some influence over how frequently we meet, that we meet more often so that we don't have agendas that go on this long. Now, some of you may say I'm crying crocodile tears. I serve on Children and Young People Committee. We've got a meeting tomorrow, and it's going to be a controversial one since it involves the school closure. And I'm on Adults and Health, meets on Thursday. So not only do we have less frequent meetings, but we seem to have them for some members all happening at the same time. Now, of course, I planned my preparation for this well, and intention was to do some memory jogs yesterday, but as you know, and as you've already referred to, yesterday kind of got spoiled because my inbox just kept pop, pop, pop. They were falling out of the computer with I support. I tried to I haven't worked out how to get a filter which says that those that were obviously I support were just part of the old campaign, delete those. I was amused by one of them, I meant to mention it earlier on, who referred to us as dead members. I don't know whether if those of you read it, but it was, you know, dead members. Whether that was, what's the word he was looking ahead, but I feel dead already. No.
Shall I come on to the point about agenda planning though?
So please, can you please
Yeah.
look at these agendas and accept the fact that you may have to have more frequent and use these reserve dates.
Just to fill you in on that, there was a lot of discussion that went on about this agenda because it was very long, and we definitely tried to move a bunch of it to the reserve date. Unfortunately, with PERDA, with the capital maintenance programs, we obviously don't want to delay those because we actually want them to happen. So when we looked at it, there was only about 2 items we could have moved to the next committee meeting because all of the other ones were stuff that we wanted to be getting on with. I don't think any of us would want to delay our road resurfacing program for want of us having a long meeting, unfortunately. So yes, I agree. This was a long meeting. I don't think any of us wanted it to be a long meeting. But it was difficult to be able to reschedule that, but happy to take that away. Councillor King.
Very quickly, Chair, I absolutely support what Councillor Maguire said, and I was going to say the same thing, so I'm not going to repeat it. But I do think there are 2 other things we need to consider, is that you can see quite a few of us have left, and I don't think that's a good thing for democracy. I also think that it's not what our constituents expect, because I think many constituents will look at this 1,000 pages and they'll say, how can they do it justice in one meeting? Now, I think we have done a good job, but I don't think the public perception is going to be favorable. So I think there is an issue about accountability here as well, not just about our convenience, but it's about our accountability. And I would also just like to make another suggestion that, nice as it is to see Steve and Sue here, and David for the whole meeting, you know, I personally would have no problem if we met more frequently and they were to attend on Zoom, because, you know, that obviously saves a good amount of their time and council money, because they can be doing other things. So I think there are ways in which we can have more meetings and not a huge amount of impact. Thank you.
I think we have to be careful about having too many meetings and taking up so many officers' time that they have to prepare for them. On the agenda contents, 900 pages, it was very, very long. Now, I don't want to go on about this for a long time. There were questions of whether we could cut it down, and there was hundreds of pages we could have taken out of that and just referred to as competing documents. You know, all of the stuff on the highways operational standards where we pasted the entire thing in. There was all this, the background on Mill Road. We could have taken that out and made it much shorter, but in the interest of transparency, I believed it was better for us to put it in and have a longer agenda that we perhaps didn't necessarily, you know, we'll get to, but I think for the interest of transparency, we also do want to make sure we have that available. And that way, if people do have the time to be able to go through it, they have that background material, because the one thing I don't want is us to be accused of hiding all of that information, if at all possible. So it's trade-off.
Totally agree with you, Chair, and I'm glad you included that. But I do think we do need to look at the frequency of meetings. Thank you.
We'll take that on board. Thank you very much, Councillor King. Anybody else? Councillor Sharp.
Quickly, and I agree what Mac and Councillor King have said. I mean, I'm at CYP tomorrow as well, so I've got a long agenda to go through. The only thing I've got, and I know we touched on it earlier on, is the 40-mile-an-hour zones. We were going to bring a formal paper, I think, to March at one stage. This is following on from Councillor Goldsack's motion that went through full council sometime last year.
That'll be part of the July paper. It's hard to deal with outside of the context of the wider speed strategy.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Wouldn't want to have brought another one to this meeting as well, would we? The problem is, as a joint administration, we have so many priorities that we want to get done, and that requires a lot of papers, right? Okay. Anything, if there's nothing else, then I think that concludes today's business. Thank you to everybody. I know this has been a long one. Thank you to all the members of the public that might still be tuned in on a live stream. I really appreciate the quality of the debate today. I know we've had some very difficult issues. So thank you very much. And I declare this meeting
Chair, thank you for doing such a good job chairing it as well.
closed. Thank you very much to everybody. Goodbye.